than later. Just make sure that seat's leather trimmed and German engineered. Introducing Northern Quest's $115,000 New Year, New Benz giveaway. Play daily with your Campus Rewards card to enter, and on January 1st, you could win a brand new Mercedes. You know, so you can drive past the gym in style. The New Year, New Benz giveaway, only at Northern Quest. Grand prize drawing January 1st.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Look, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you're a WSU fan and you haven't switched your phone service to Cougs Mobile, you're leaving points on the field. Here's the deal. You get exclusive game day perks, and Cougs Mobile contributes to WSU athletics every time you pay your monthly bill. No contracts, no hidden fees, no reason to wait. Switch now to the only phone plan built for Coug fans and on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit CougsMobile.com.
This is Cougar Football Saturday. Cougar Football Saturday. Coming up, we'll get Alex Brink's keys to the game. Check in with Jessamyn McIntyre on the sidelines. Let's head up to the booth. Here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
The sun is shining. It is flashing down on the blue turf here at Albertsons Stadium. It is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. The Washington State Cougars getting ready to clash with the Utah State Aggies. Washington State looking to do something that the program hasn't been able to accomplish since 2018. That is to win a bowl game. A great opportunity here as we've got the entire crew here for our bowl coverage. Jessamyn McIntyre down on the field. Chris King in the booth with Alex Brink. Jerry Kylo, our engineer. We also have Zane Saggio back in the Cougar Sports Network studios. Alex, what comes to mind first is things are a lot different than the last time we were all together for a game broadcast, and yet they're the same in a lot of ways. That this is about the players, this is about the group of guys that are trying to wrap up this season with a victory, and for the seniors to send them out with a win in their final game of their college careers.
Yeah, this is a player-led moment, in my opinion, Chris. Guys like Zevi Eckhouse out there, Tucker Large, Ray M. Stevenson, Josh Meredith. I mean, the seniors, right, whether they were at Washington State for the duration of their career or they transferred in at some point, this is their last college football game. And that means something, right? That means something to them personally. I think for a coaching staff that is obviously in flux for this game, that's really, in the end, all that matters, is that they're going out and doing right by these athletes. And by all rights, it sounds like that has been the case, for the last week or two. Talking to coaches and players, sounds like a great week of bowl prep. Really feels like this team is excited to get out and play and represent Washington State University on a national stage, Chris. I mean, this is, you go to a bowl game, that's one of the best parts about it. Like, you're going to be on big ESPN. You're going to get eyeballs on you, right? People are at home on winter break watching football, and Washington State and the Cougar Head logo is going to be front and center in that.
And I will say, last night we were all together at the Treefort Music Hall in downtown Boise, a really neat venue, and it was absolutely packed. We had the Cougar Football Hour, and the energy was off the charts. There's a great Cougar turnout here in Boise, and I know there'll be folks packed in the stands. There'll be some folks who bought the club seats where they'll be inside. And actually, it had been very, very soggy down here in Boise, but the football gods are smiling down on the Cougs and the Aggies as we actually see some blue skies. And for the game itself, things seem like it's going to be pretty good weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, for anybody that flips on the TV to watch this game in about 30 minutes, they're going to be like, boy, it looks like a nice day in Boise. For the last 12 hours, it's been pouring down rain and pretty messy, but it is going to be nice. Field had some wet spots on it. I'll be interested to see what Jess has to say about field conditions, but like you said, the sky's parted, the sun's shining down, and it really is a beautiful day in Boise.
With that, let's dive into Alex Brink's keys to the game. What do you have for us, Alex? What's it going to take for the Cougs to get this victory here in the Potato Bowl?
Well, a huge matchup I'm looking at is quarterback Bryson Barnes for Utah State, a very effective runner and thrower, true dual threat player. He's a veteran quarterback, started out at Utah, now at Utah State. he operates this kind of Bronco Mendenhall offense that Cougs saw last year at New Mexico, where quarterback run's a big part of it, misdirection. Cougs have to have great eyes on defense. So I'm looking at some of the veteran players for Washington State, Caleb Franzel, Tucker Large, Matthew Durant, those second-level players. Can they have great eyes, make sure that they're not getting thrown off with the misdirection from this Aggie offense? That's number one for me. Number two on offense, Washington State needs to throw the football. Like there's been too much this year, of this ball control, trying to make it something I think it's not. And I think Danny Freund wants to throw the rock. Zevi Eckhouse wants to throw the rock. And in my opinion, and Chris, I've said it all year, Josh Meredith and Tony Freeman are your two best players on the field offensively. They need to touch the ball a lot. Think Kyle Williams from the Holiday Bowl last year. Zevi Eckhouse knows how to throw the pill, right? And he's going to distribute today, and I'm excited to see that.
And it will be his final game of his college career, final game of Josh Meredith's college career. We will see what happens here. And last year, a huge theme going into the Holiday Bowl was, what percentage of the team was going to be out there for the bowl game. There is some of that, but to a lesser degree. We will dive into that more. We'll take a timeout here from Albertsons Stadium in Boise. Still to come on our pregame coverage as we get you ready for kickoff between Washington State and Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. We will head down to the sideline and have our pregame injury update with Jessamine McIntyre. And with the bowl game, there's an opt-out update that comes with that as well. She'll get us all up to speed. Then we will sit down and talk with the interim head coach of the Cougs, Jesse Bobbit, get his perspective on this matchup. And, of course, kickoff right around the corner. More after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
When putting in a tree or fence post, we all hate it when our shovel hits a big rock. But there are worse things to come across, like a natural gas or electric line. Nowadays, buried utilities are everywhere, some just below the surface. That's why it's the law to call 811 before you dig, to have your lines marked ahead of time. It's free for Avista residential customers. So call 811 2 business days before you dig. You need time to pick out that perfect shrub anyway. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Toyota-thon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 2.99 APR financing on remaining new 25 Tacomas. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a 25 Tacoma SR5 for $259 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Time for a look at the Pullman Regional Hospital Injury Report. As the official hospital of Washington State University Athletics, Pullman Regional Hospital takes care of Cougs.
Back at Albertsons Stadium in Boise, it is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State clashing with Utah State. And for the first time today, let's head down to the sideline. Jessamine McIntyre standing by. Jess, we talked about how soggy it had been here in Boise. The sun is shining now. What are the field conditions like?
Well, it is certainly soggy on the sidelines where I am patrolling right now. However, the field conditions are quite the opposite. They're lovely. I talked to a couple of coaches who were out there during warm-ups, and it is night and day when it comes to the soggy sidelines and the actual field surface. I know that they are going to have this field replaced in the near future. So, but right now they're playing on current conditions, and it is dry and as safe as it could be when it comes to at least the wetness of the field. It is not actually wet out there. So that's good news. That is very good news. And boy, oh boy, This sun, you said it, it is just shining. I didn't bring sunglasses. I brought a coat and a hat and gloves. I thought it was going to be a frigid day, and it is absolutely gorgeous right now. It's a beautiful day for Zevi Eckhouse to have the ball in his hands. So that speaks well to the Cougs offense today. When it comes to the injury front, though, there's the marching band. Please excuse me as they get going. We, unfortunately, on the defensive side, will not see Parker McKenna or Colby Humphrey, so they are a little bit diluted when it comes to that backfield on the defensive side of things. But obviously we know on the offensive side, Kirby Voorhees did enter the transfer portal, so they are down one running back, a very, very important one for this Cougar team this season. However, that doesn't mean that another couple of Cougs can stand up, because they do have some depth at the running back position.
Well, thank you, Jess. And with that, and we'll get into this coming up with Jesse Bobbit when we talk to the interim head coach of the Cougs. But without Parker McKenna, without Colby Humphrey, those are two big losses on the defensive side. And, let's make it clear as well, these are guys who are here with their teammates. This is not a situation where it's an opt-out. These are guys who are banged up. And the Cougs have had a real next man up mentality this year that they've been successful with, especially on defense. But those are a couple of spots where it's going to be next man up, where the Cougs haven't had to face that adversity this year.
Yeah, and at linebacker, you're going to have to. I mean, Parker McKenna has been fantastic. I think he was kind of named the defensive player of the year between Oregon State and Washington State, the Pac-2, so to speak. And he was incredibly productive this year. So whether it's Gavin Barthel, the veteran, right, who's started out at Washington State, went to Utah State, came back to Washington State. We talked about his story. Jack Ellison, maybe. From from state of Washington, stepping up. Obviously, Sullivan Schlimgen's going to be in the mix. He's already there. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the linebacker position is like. On the back end, there is, with Colby Humphreys out, he's been such a great tackler all year, right? And so being able to see him out there, you also, I think, to me, we're going to see some young guys make some plays today on defense, and I'm excited for that. But to Jess's point, that's part of kind of the bowl game, is you see some guys step up.
Well, we will talk about that with Jesse Bobbit, about who will have the opportunity to step up and help to fill the gap without Parker McKenna, without Colby Humphrey available. That will be after this timeout. We will sit down and talk with the interim head coach of the Washington State Cougars, Jesse Bobbit. We're getting you ready for kickoff here in Boise. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, Washington State against Utah State. This is Washington State football on the Cougars Sports Network.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
If we know anything about Cougs fans, it's that a win isn't all you're hungry for on game day. So Northern Quest has a full lineup of restaurants and lounges ready to face any appetite. Cheer on your Cougs with craft beer and cocktails in front of Epic's 10 by 30-foot screen. Grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, or tackle a burger at Fat Burger, before it tackles you. Full menus at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud.
It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
Be a part of all the excitement at Beasley Coliseum this year. Come cheer on the Washington State Cougars men's and women's basketball teams as they host the likes of Gonzaga, St. Mary's, and Oregon State in conference play this season. Don't miss out on all the action. Grab your tickets to upcoming WSU basketball games today at WSUCougars.com/Tix. Again, that's WSUCougars.com/TIX. See you at Beasley Coliseum. Go Cougs!
Well, here we are. It's go time. Definitely a lot has happened for the program since the last time the team was out on the field, and this opportunity here today. How is it finally being at the point where it's time for football and it's go time?
I think that's what we've all been looking forward to these last few weeks through change, is just being able to finish this thing off together as one team for the guys, for the seniors, and come out with a win.
What has gone through your mind most when being tasked with this and given this opportunity to lead the team here today?
It was something that I really wanted to do, to be here for the seniors, to help in any way for this team, to help in any way I could to make sure, we finish this thing the right way as one group, just like we started a year ago. There's been a lot of changes since then too, and just be able to finish this the right way and attack it and assist in any way I can. And yes, it's a great opportunity for me, but it's really about these guys and just making sure that, I am here for them and I'm doing everything I can so they can finish this thing the right way.
Today, there's going to be an opportunity for some guys to step up. There were some names known that wouldn't be playing, like Kirby Voorhees, Kenny Worthy III, but also, unfortunately, the injury bug has hit the Cougs here a little bit with two standouts on defense, guys you've worked so closely with throughout the season, Colby Humphrey and Parker McKenna. How's it going to be adapting without them?
Yes, those are tough losses. Those are guys who have had just a ton of success this year and really helping us succeed on defense. And there's guys on offensive as well. And so guys are going to step up. Guys are going to step into those roles. And I know we're going to be able to work through it and not skip a beat and execute just as good as on defense as we have been. And then offensively, guys like Kyle Martin stepping in for Brock Dew like he has been, and commanding the offense and making sure we're communicating things through. And I know we're ready for the task. The guys are ready to execute next man up mentality. Everyone's confident in the guy that's next to him.
You mentioned Kyle Martin is one of those guys, and we saw him have the start in the last game against Oregon State. But on defense, who are those guys that are going to get a little more run today, a little more chance to be out there and make an impact?
Yeah. With Parker being out, Gavin Barthiel and Jack Ellison, potentially Isaiah Hung sighting as well. Guys will step up at the corner position. You have Trillian Sorrell and Jamari Smith. Those are the guys, Kai Rapola, those guys will be stepping up. And, when we've had a lot of a 3-man rotation at that corner position for a lot of the year, now there's going to be a lot of young bucks getting some awesome experience, and I'm excited for them to attack the challenge. Utah State's got some good talent in a tough scheme on offense, and I'm excited for those guys to go execute and play at a high level.
You talk about that challenge. You talk about the scheme that they have. What is the biggest challenge that they pose?
Yeah, on offense, the big thing that they do, quarterback run game, RPO game, some triple option stuff. You got to be sound. You got to do your job. You got to just make sure we're communicating all on the same page. There's some tough things within timing and run fits to pass fits all at the same time in a triple option scheme that it makes it really tough on what you're facing. And on defense, they're multiple. They give you some different looks, and we'll see early in the game kind of what their plan is for us, and we'll be able to adjust if we need to, and adjust at halftime and roll from there and execute.
With those looks, it is a defense that has improved as the year has gone on. Is there anything, just kind of the initial thought about them where you feel like, hey, I think we have an opportunity to have success against the Utah State defense in this way?
Yeah, I think we want to try and pride ourselves on running the ball. And, we've had some success this year. We've also had some ups and downs in running the ball. But, we want to come out, want to be able to run the ball. There's some things that they do, and they'll drop 8 guys out and they mix up their looks. And so we got to be able to set the tone running the ball, click off combos, and let the backs get downhill.
Anything else we haven't touched on you think is going to be especially important today?
The guys playing together, the guys finishing, doing this the right way, and coming out with the win.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck here today.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Jayco builds America's best-selling models with superior engineering, Amish craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty. Valley RV Supercenter is America's top volume Jayco store because they make them affordable. For comfort and reliability, there's no better choice than Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent and check out their full Jayco lineup. Or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Back at Albertsons Stadium in Boise, what has turned out to be a sunny afternoon here in Boise, and an early start for everyone back in Washington with the Mountain Time Zone here. We are going up into the national anthem right now, so we're getting close to that. Reminder, kickoff coming up. We're about 15 minutes away from kickoff. It is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State taking on Utah State. Cougs first time ever playing in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State on the blue turf here in Boise against a future conference opponent in Utah State. So we will take another timeout. Again, still to come. We're getting you ready for kickoff. It is right around the corner. Cougs against the Aggies. This is Washington State football on the Cougars Sports Network.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
A mission that matters. A place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network. Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. And by Northern Quest Resort and Casino. Earn your bragging rights at Northern Quest with more slots, table games, restaurants, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone in the region. More at northernquest.com. It's game time on the Cougar Sports Network. Now, alongside three-time all-conference quarterback Alex Brink and veteran sideline reporter Jessamine McIntyre, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
One last ride here in 2025. It is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State taking on Utah State. Another year with transition once that final regular season game came to an end. But this squad geared up, ready to go, and looking to notch the first bowl victory for the program since 2018. We're on the blue turf here at Albertsons Stadium in Boise. And even though there's the blue turf, it almost feels like the Cougs are the home team as we'll head down to the sideline. Jess, there's a lot of crimson and gray here in the stands today.
Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing too much blue, to be honest. The Cougs traveled well, as we saw at the event last night. Tons of Cougs here. I'm looking in the stands, and all I see is crimson, and it's a beautiful thing. And I think just what you said, one last ride, and the Cougs ride. You know, you always find your way back home, but sometimes you find your way to Boise. And there are a ton of people here. I had the pleasure of talking to multiple family members of players who could potentially be playing their last football game of their life, their career, and they are just so happy to be here and support them. And I just love it. I'm just looking in the stands right now. There's signs up. Caleb Francel's family is holding up posters right now in the stands. It's just a beautiful thing, and it reminds me what football really is, because football is family.
You know, and this is a time, Alex, for opportunity as well. As we kind of had your keys to the game earlier, but this is going to sync up to a little more of a key. Alex Spring's keys to the game brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. Jimmy Rogers leaves, but the staff is still here outside of Jimmy Rogers, trying to put this team in the best position possible to win this bowl game. Jesse Bobbit will be the interim head coach. He was the defensive coordinator for the Cougs this year. Talking to Jesse Bobbit, he will not be calling the defense. That will go to Pete Minich, an assistant coach on the defense for Washington State, and then Danny Freund will still be calling the plays on offense, but instead of being up in the booth, he will be down on the field. So these guys, more of an opportunity as well for all the coaches here today.
Yeah, very much. I mean, for Jesse Bobbit, look, I mean, he's a young head coach. He's shown to be a great defensive coordinator. Ultimately, all football coaches are worried about upward mobility, and so he's got a chance now to manage this team right from the sideline. I think that's going to be special for him for sure.
And we see him on the big screen here at Albertsons Stadium, ready to lead the team out of the tunnel. I did ask him yesterday, just confirming, you know his resume, and he's been great to chat with throughout the season, but confirming, hey, you've never been a head coach before. And he said, nope, that is true. I've never been a head coach. And what a stage for someone like Jesse Bobbit, who's still very much a young, up-and-coming coach. And he has said he'll be following Jimmy Rogers. He'll be the defensive coordinator at Iowa State, but not only a bright present for Jesse Bobbit, and what he's done with the defense this year, earns a ton of accolades for how impressive the defense is. And, of course, he would love to send these guys out with a victory. And I think about it, you know, he's been at WSU twice. He was at WSU in the Nick Rolovich era. He was at WSU when the transition happened from Nick Rolovich to Jake Dickert. He has been here for some interesting situations. He made his way back to be the defensive coordinator under Jimmy Rogers, but I think there is a real deep and honest and true appreciation and care that he has for WSU, but also these players as well. He's been in the trenches with them this year, and even those South Dakota State guys, Caleb Francel, just assistant coach at the high school level, coaching against Caleb Francel when he was in high school. Here they are together at this stage, those guys from South Dakota State, where they've been together for years and years. Everyone's rowing in the same direction to try to end this on the right note. That's one of the things that's interesting for me about, you know, the storylines in this game is Utah State obviously is pretty steady. Bronco Mendenhall, they've got, you know, Bryson Barnes, their quarterback. You know, they're starting their journey, so to speak, right, as a program. Washington State's obviously in transition, but to your point, there's so much connection on this team with the coaching staff and the transfers from South Dakota State, the veteran senior-laden team that it is, a bunch of Cougs that have been in the uniform for, you know, 4 or 5 years. So, you know, yes, like this is Washington State's in a transition period, but I think they're as positioned as anybody to come out and compete and win this football game, which is ultimately the goal that we all have for today. Butch with the Cougar flag leading the team out on the field. Washington State white uniforms, white tops, white helmets, the Crimson Cougar head logo, and here comes Utah State as well. We'll have the coin toss momentarily. Let's get on our final commercial break before kickoff. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, Washington State, Utah State. All the action after this. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite Game Time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
The Swinging Doors in Spokane has been family-owned and operated since 1981. Open at 8 a.m. every day, with breakfast once again being served all day. The kitchen is open until 9 p.m. on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and open till 10 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. With over 50 TVs, come watch your favorite team in action, including Cougar games. The Swinging Doors in Spokane, a great place to meet, eat, and have fun.
We are ready for kickoff momentarily. Washington State, Utah State, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Jess, you were down there for the coin toss. Fill us in. Who won the coin toss?
Hey, guys, the Washington State has been designated the visiting team, so they got to actually elect. They did not win. However, Utah State wanted the ball. So as we know, Washington State chooses to defer most of the time, so they kind of get what they want, even though losing the coin toss.
Well, and even Spuddy Buddy was out there. His famous Idaho Potato Bowl. He looks like he's right out of the McDonald's Central casting to be there with the Hamburglar and Ronald and everyone else. We're ready for kickoff here in just a moment, but we're also a hair past the top of the hour. That means let's pause right now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network. Jack Stevens kicking off for Washington State. Utah State, they've got their uniform combo. They've got their Aggie blue, which is really navy blue, white and gray. So the Aggie blue pants, Aggie blue tops, white numbers, Utah State on the front. And they've got the white helmets with the Aggie blue Utah State logo. Cougs looking sharp in their, again, white bottoms, white tops, white helmets, crimson Cougar head logo. This is incredible how nice this day is considering what it's been like here in Boise. 48 degrees. There's blue skies above the blue turf here at Albertsons Stadium. It had been very soggy since the Cougs had gotten to town. Jack Stevens steps up. Opening kickoff will go through the back of the end zone. It is a touchback on the blue of the Broncos. It is orange in the end zone, and it is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. First time the Cougs have ever played in it, Alex. We're off and going.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Chris, I mean, this is, to Jess's point about Cougs wanting to start on defense, this is going to be a real challenge for them against this Aggie offense. Look for a lot of formations, look for a lot of personnel groupings and motion, and then most importantly, quarterback run with Bryson Barnes, over 700 yards rushing on the season. He leads the team in rushing for Utah State.
Thin at quarterback, Colby Humphrey injured, not able to play. Kenny Worthy III entering the transfer portal. So it is Jamari Smith, who has played sparingly this year, who is starting at cornerback, opposite of a very veteran Jamari Colson. Here's the opening play. A little pop pass goes into the hands of Javen Jacobs. Cougar defense not fooled all that much. Stopped at the 29, so it's 1st and 10 from the 25, a game of 4. We also see out there as well for Washington State that kind of that youth movement too we'll see at linebacker as well, because it is Parker McKenna, the leading tackler for the Cougs, who is out injured for this game.
Yeah, Gavin Barthel makes the tackle there, the veteran. He's in there for Parker McKenna. You see right away Javen Jacobs, the backup running back. You're going to see a lot of running backs for Utah State as well.
On 2nd and 6, the snap goes back to Bryson Barnes. Dangerous with his legs, floating out to his left. He's it up. No one nearby. It's over the Washington State sideline, and it's actually Leo Pulalasi who makes the catch over on the Cougar sideline. Even a little celebration as well for the Cougar running back. We could see a healthy dose of him with Kirby Voorhees opting out of this game. It is an incompletion, though. Opening drive of the game, no score. Utah State with the ball. It is 3rd and 6 for the Aggies from their own 29.
Yeah, well defended. Sprint out to the left. Little flood concept. 3 receivers, low, medium, and high. Cougs played it well. Sullivan slimmed in and put some pressure on Bryson Barnes, was forced the throwaway, and a big 3rd down right off the bat for Washington State.
Utah State without their top wide receiver, Braden Pagan, entering the portal. Empty set. Here's the snap. Pressure comes. Francel off the corner. Brings the heat pass thrown. Incomplete. Good coverage for Washington State. Helping to make the stop that time, Jamari Smith. So it is the young pup out there who is able to do a good job in coverage on 3rd down. It is a 3-and-out for Utah State. The punting unit out on the field for the Aggies.
Yeah, right away you see Jamari Smith in man coverage, pressure package from Jesse Bobbit and that defensive staff coming downhill. And nice job by Smith on the backside of the receiver. I think that was Anthony Garcia making a play.
Central Valley High School product, Landon Rico on to punt for Utah State. It is Tony Freeman. We know how dangerous he can be. Awaits the punt. The snap is clean. The punt is off. Freeman will drift towards the near sideline. Not a great punt by Rico. It got into Cougar territory, bouncing in front of the 40. It all depends on where it's marked out of bounds. Kind of a friendly spot. It will be at the 36, so here we will see Zevi Eckhouse and the Cougar offense for the first time. No score, just getting going here on the blue turf at Albertsons Stadium in Boise. It is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Alex, you touched on it during our pregame coverage that the Cougar offense, what the philosophy will be, what kind of that aggression will be, it's going to be different than we've seen this year is the expectation.
Yeah, I think very much so. I think Danny Freund wants to throw the ball a little bit. Zevi Eckhouse, again, you know, they have the capability. They've had the capability all year, and now you got the training wheels off. A chance to see if you can throw it around the yard a little bit. 2 tight ends in the game. We'll see how aggressive the Cougs are in this first play. In motion goes Josh Meredith. Maxwell Woods running back. 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Eckhouse goes through his progressions in the flat, finds Woods, makes the catch, loses the ball, but he is out of bounds. Woods tiptoeing the near sideline in front of his teammates out to the 38-yard line. So not a huge gain there, but still a solid pickup on 1st down. It's a gain of 4. Yeah, nice job by Zevi Eckhouse. He's actually trying to throw to the wide side of the field to Meredith, and Utah State defended it well. He just worked through his progression to his check down, Maxwell Woods, who we know is a good receiving running back out of the backfield.
Woods really starting to emerge as the season went on. So without Kirby Voorhees, more on the plate of Woods and Pulalasi.
Looking like man coverage here. A chance to take a shot.
Here's the snap, play fake. Zevi has some time, steps up in the pocket, goes deep, looking for his tight end, Trey Lechner, over the shoulder attempt, but it sailed out of his reach. Zevi just a little off on that touch ball. It is an incompletion, setting up 3rd and 6.
Yeah, kind of had to step up in the pocket with the pass rush. Maybe threw it just a half a second earlier than he wanted to. It was very close. Lechner trying to kind of make an adjustment. He's running a deep cross over the field. The ball is kind of over his outside shoulder, which is a little bit of a tough catch on that upfield shoulder. Couldn't track it down.
No score here in Boise. Opening drive of the game for Washington State. Utah State forced to punt after a 3-and-out. Cougs trying to avoid the same fate. 3rd and 6 for Washington State from their own 38-yard line. 4 wide receivers in the game, including Tony Freeman with those highlighter green sneakers in the slot. Here's the snap, gets rid of it quick. Meredith with the catch. He's going to be close to the marker. It is going to be either right there, about a half-yard shy. And no, they're going to give it to him. Wow. Indication from the officiating crew. I was with you, Alex. I thought it was going to be a hair shy. Instead, it's enough for the 1st down. On 3rd and 6, Meredith with the 6-yard reception.
Good decision by Zevi Eckhouse. Pressure gets it to Meredith on the slant.
Tempo for the Cougs. Eckhouse flushed out of the pocket over the middle. Has a man. It's Noga playing in his final college game. Jeremiah Noga straight up the seams with the reception. He's off to the 34-yard line. Cougs a gain of 18. Tempo continues for Washington State.
Yeah, a little tempo. They want to go fast and make this Aggie defense run sideline to sideline.
Woods stays in the game at running back. The snap, Zevi throwing it all over the yard. Has an open receiver. Pass is caught. Far sideline. It's Brandon Ganesha-Morthy, who has been in the program for a number of years. We saw him get a touchdown last year in the Holiday Bowl. Yep. Expecting to see him a little more involved today.
How about this, Chris? You know what we haven't seen yet? A run.
Jinx,
yeah. And again, Zevi Eckhouse, good decision making that throw to Jeremiah Noga, stepping up in the pocket and allows Noga to wrap in behind the big in route, delivers it on target, and then that tempo play, quick pass out to Ganish and Worthy.
No score. Cougs looking to change it. Second and 4 for Washington State after the 6-yard gain. Cougs have it at the Utah State 29. Angel Johnson in the game at running back. Low snap. Zevi scoops it up, throws near sideline. Wide open target. It's Meredith. Tiptoeing the near sideline. He is into the red zone, down to the 18. Meredith, an 11-yard reception. And the Cougs, their first opportunity of this game. As you mentioned, Alex, they have not run the ball yet, and they enter the Rose Hours red zone.
Yeah, very productive, too. Tight set there. 22 personnel, 2 tight ends. Josh Meredith goes in motion. You get softness from the corner, and Meredith just runs a quick out route. Great decision, great ball by Zevi Eckhouse. That ball's out of his hands quick, allows his receiver to get the first down.
2 tight ends in the game, split out wide to the left is Mackenzie Allen, Josh Meredith in the slot. Angel Johnson remains the running back. In motion goes Josh Meredith. Eckhouse takes the snap, sets his feet, overthrows his intended target, Meredith, and it will be an incompletion.
Yeah, he had him. Little flat route. Josh Meredith goes in yo-yo motion. It means he starts across the formation, then snaps back to where he started, runs a flat route, and Zevi Eckhouse had him, just threw it high over his head.
Lechner, Adamola Filet, and Josh Meredith over to the sideline. Cougs will send in Jeremiah Noga, Leon Neal Jr., and Tony Freeman. No score. Washington State marching down the field, getting into the red zone here on their first opportunity on offense of the day. Cougs with it 2nd and 10 at the Utah State 18 here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Snap to Zevi. He will throw it out to Freeman, looking to make it happen with his legs, and he is shoved out of bounds. Nice job there by Brevin Hamblin to kind of lower the shoulder and to get Freeman out of the 15. It will set up a 3rd and 7 for Washington State.
Yeah, and, again, you got to remember, Brock Dew's not in there, Kyle Martin in at center. You're going to have some inconsistencies at times with those snaps. Utah State sometimes plays what we call an odd front. That means there's a a nose tackle right over the top of the center. That can make it hard for him as he's thinking about snapping and blocking and making his calls.
Not a single running play on this opening drive of the game. Cougs looking to convert on 3rd and 7 at the Aggie 15. The snap to Zevi over the middle, has Freeman, can't quite hang on to it. Hamblin in coverage, probably would have been tackled a yard shy. So instead of being able to punch it in, Washington State showing that spark on this opening drive of the game, moving the ball into the red zone all the way to the 15, but will settle for a Jack Stevens field goal attempt.
Yeah, and Tony Freeman could have had that. Would have been interesting to set up the 4th and 1 down inside and down at the 10 or inside the 10, see what Jesse Bobbit would have done. Good decision versus pressure. You're getting a lot of pressure on Zevi Eckhouse. He's getting the ball out and delivering it well.
A 32-yard attempt. Ryan Harris, the holder. Long snapper for the Cougs, Colton Peoples. Stevens this year, 14 of 16. Here's the snap. The hold is down. The kick is up, and it is going to be no good. Just the 3rd miss of the season. So a really strong start to this game for the Cougs, but Alex, that is a bit deflating to come away with no points after being able to move the ball all the way down to the 15.
And not a good kick by any means from Jack Stevens. Kind of eerily similar to that miss at the end of the Oregon State game. Short right hash kick and pushed it right. Definitely a disappointing result for Washington State after a good defensive stop and then a solid drive offensively.
And I do not think it was an accident, as you pointed out, Alex, that this offense looked a lot different than what we saw throughout the year. Not a single running play on that opening drive. 10:51 to go, first quarter here in Boise in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. No score between Washington State and Utah State. After this is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Statistically speaking, your New Year's resolution will take a backseat sooner than later. Just make sure that seat's leather trimmed and German engineered. Introducing Northern Quest's $115,000 New Year New Benz giveaway. Play daily with your Campus Rewards card to enter, and on January 1st, you could win a brand new Mercedes. You know, so you can drive past the gym. Only at Northern Quest. Grand prize drawing January 1st.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan by helping them grow their money. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. and the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards Program. Stay tuned for more information on how to become a Rewards Program member. No score here at Albertsons Stadium in Boise. Cougs taking on Utah State on the blue turf. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 10:51 to play first quarter. 3 and out for Utah State on their first drive. Cougs went 10 plays, 51 yards, got it down to the 15 of the Aggies, but it ended up being a missed 32-yard field goal from Jack Stevens. And if there was any question about what the energy level would be like coming out of the gate, Jess, I know you're on the sideline right now seeing Zevi Eckhouse fire up his teammates. The team coming off strong. The only kind of fly in the ointment right now is that missed field goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it can be deflating to have a drive like that and come away with 0 points. However, Zevi is ever the cheerleader for his teammates in his final game here at Washington State. Rallying the troops right now. He is all in, coming over to the offensive line huddle, to his fellow backup quarterbacks. He's all in.
Here's the first play for Utah State as they start at the 20, and it's a design quarterback run for Bryson Barnes. Cougs not fooled in the slightest. He's actually dropped for a loss of 1. Bryson Barnes, a lot was talked about him, Alex, in the build-up to this game. He's a major threat with his legs, and so far through 4 plays, hasn't been able to flex his muscles with that.
Yeah, to be fair, the team speed of Washington State's going to mitigate that a little bit. Caleb Francel in there for the hit early.
Snap on 2nd 11. 4-man rush. Barnes gets out. There will be a holding flag, or a flag thrown. Looks like a hold as he runs near sideline, chased down by Sullivan Schlimgen. Also Caleb Francel there as well. But Bryson Lamb clapping his hands. The white gloves to go with the white jerseys, pants, and helmets for the Cougs. All indications seem to point to this being a hold on Utah State.
Yeah, it's going to be a hold on Sony Finau, on the offensive lineman blocking Sony Finau.
Offense, number 55. Penalty been forced half the distance to the goal line from the previous spot. 2nd down.
And even at that, Chris, what'd you notice there, right? Is Bryson Barnes out in the open field? Normally he breaks a run like that. Sullivan Schlimgen, with elite speed at the linebacker position, tracks him down. Again, the Washington State defense, has the speed to match up against even an athletic quarterback like Bryson Barnes.
That hold going against the sitter, Jimmy Liston, as you pointed out, it was Sony Finau who he was trying to prevent from getting to Barnes. So that will really put Utah State back. It was 2nd and 11. Now we'll make it 2nd and 21 here. Play action. Barnes, he is in the pocket, brought down. Cougs get a hand on him, and he is dropped. Washington State with the sack, and all the way down to the 3-yard line. Jess, you see something there on the sideline, maybe a little extracurricular?
Yeah, some trippiness happening, I think, on behalf of, I thought it was Lamb, but it actually wasn't. But yeah, no, these guys are talking. They have some words for each other, for their new brethren in next year's Pac-12. So yeah, they're just getting well introduced.
It looked like Malaki Taase will be credited with the sack, but this moves it all the way back to the 3-yard line. It's 3rd and 27. They need to get to the 30. Barnes will try to run. He tucks, takes it for himself. There's a lot of white Cougar jerseys around him, and he is tackled by Jamari Smith and Caleb Francel. This defense is flying around, and credit to Jamari Smith making an impact here without Colby Humphrey, without Kenny Worthy III. It has been truly next man up, and here he is stepping up and taking on a bigger role.
Yeah, you saw that on tape with Bryson Barnes. He's a little bit reckless when he runs.
Number 0 for Washington State is reporting into the game as number 48. 0 for 48.
He breaks into the open field. Francel again tracks him down with that good speed, and then, like you said, Smith finished him off. Barnes took a big hit on that play.
So it'll be a punt for Utah State, but Landon Rico is back in the end zone. Here's the snap, a little high. Pressure comes, gets it off cleanly. It is Tony Freeman awaiting the punt. Cougs will get great field position, calls for a fair catch at the 44. So far, even though the score shows it still as a scoreless tie, it has been Washington State that has come out much stronger than Utah State. The Aggies have had the ball twice. It has been 2 3-and-outs for the Cougs. They got into the Aggie red zone and ultimately missed a 32-yard field goal. But Zevi Eckhouse and company will have great field position. They'll take over at their own 44 when we return. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl here on a really nice afternoon in Boise. 8:45 to play first quarter. Scoreless between the Cougs and the Aggies. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Look, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you're a WSU fan and you haven't switched your phone service to Cougs Mobile, you're leaving points on the field. Here's the deal. You get exclusive game day perks, and Cougs Mobile contributes to WSU athletics every time you pay your monthly bill. No contracts, no hidden fees, no reason to wait. Switch now to the only phone plan built for Coug fans and on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit CougsMobile.com.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Boise, no score here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl between Washington State and Utah State. Cougs, great field position to get going here. 8:45 to play first quarter. And Jess, injuries have been a factor here late in the season, especially for the Cougs. One of those injured Washington State players, a great Coug, a leader in Brock Dew.
Brock Dew was named a team captain for today, came out for the coin toss, and it's just wonderful. He is actually on his feet. He is still in a boot, and he has a scooter and everything. But one of the privileges I have of being on the sideline is getting to talk to the guys while I'm down here and speaking to him, his leadership, his encouragement of everyone. He's such a smart player. He's not the tallest. He's obviously a very physically gifted athlete, but not the biggest guy to ever play center. And his smartness obviously plays true on the field. And I watch him just coaching up his teammates and know he wants to be out there. He told me so, because this would have been his last game as a Coug as well, but his leadership on this sideline is unmitigated.
Yeah, Brock Dew will wrap up his Cougar career and have a home for life in Pullman. He will be bleeding crimson and gray, and great to welcome him back in future years. I already know he's married, mechanical engineering degree, so unfortunately he can't be out there today, but doing everything he can otherwise to help the Cougs get this bowl victory. 1st and 10 for Washington State from their own 44. Out of the pistol, Cougs will throw again, play action. Zevi feeling the heat, slings it towards... stops his feet, makes the catch into Aggie territory at the 41. Kind of had to pump on the brakes a little bit, but Eckhouse to Meredith, we've seen that connection so far. Washington State with a nice gain. It's a pickup of 13 and a first down for the Cougs.
What a nice throw from Zevi Eckhouse, having to hang in the pocket. Johnny Lester, I think, pulled around to help block the right defensive end and kind of got tripped up a little bit. Oh, yeah, he might have got hurt.
Oh, boy, we got a Coug down. And if you're right, that's Johnny Lester. That's the left guard for Washington State. Cougs already thin on the O-line with Brock Dew down, Kyle Martin, the center. Everyone else are the starters. Lester from Spokane. Talked about I never really watched sports growing up. Didn't start playing football until high school. Was at Northwest Christian, so at a smaller school.
Timeout on the field for an offensive injury for Washington State. Player presented as injured after the ball was spotted. Washington State will be charged their first timeout of the game.
So the Cougs going to be charged with a timeout here, and discussing with Danny Freund going into this game, Cougar offensive coordinator, who that next man up would be if there was an injury on the offensive line. He said Noah Dunham would be the next man up, either at center or at the guard position. So if Lester, who is kind of flipped over, and I know Jess has eyes on this, if he can't continue in this game, which would be unfortunate, he's had a really strong year as a redshirt junior, had to be put out to right tackle, and Christian Hilborn got hurt. Has been back at left guard, which is more of that natural position for him. This would be a tough loss for the Cougs.
Yeah, it is. I mean, again, I kind of saw it live. He went down awkwardly when he was in a position, blocking a defender. It seemed like he was in a good position. Then he kind of just went down. Zevi had to deliver a nice throw to Meredith with the defender in his face. But, Jess, what do you say? It looks like He's popped up now?
Yeah, he is on his feet, but very gingerly walking off the field. He is being guided by medical personnel, and I'm sure he's going to get checked out in the injury tent. I'll keep an eye on it, but a ginger walk as we're looking at it right now.
One of the men helping him up, Micah Upati, who had a great career at Idaho, went on to play a long time in the NFL with the Seahawks, the 49ers, and also the Cardinals, was a Pro Bowler, but also has great memories here in Boise when he was at Idaho. He was on a 2009 team that won the bowl game when Rob Akey was leading the Vandals, so he helps up Lester. And, well, Jess will help us keep eyes on this, but Noah Dunham is who we expect to come in at left guard, and we will confirm that when we get a good look at the number. But the Cougs, it's coming off a completion. No score. First quarter here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 1st and 10 from the Aggie 41 for Washington State. First running play of the day, and Utah State's able to prevent it to only be a gain of 1 from Maxwell Woods. And Alex, let's talk about that. It is 10 straight passes. We have not seen that anywhere close to that in any game this year. 10 straight plays, all passes.
Yeah, really productive too. Nice mix of quick game, the long throw to Meredith just before this play action pass. So I like the mix from Danny Freund.
On 2nd and 9, it will be play action. Zevi steps up in the pocket, hasn't used his feet so far, just hanging onto the ball as he is brought down. D'Angelo Mays able to rip him down to the turf. It's a sack and a loss of 3. So the Cougs got great field position at their own 44. They're in Aggie territory, but it's going to set up 3rd and 11 from the Utah State 42.
Yeah, Mays corner blitz, and Maxwell Woods was the one protecting. Didn't really see it, came to it late and got blown up, and that play again just got away, like you said. Zevi Eckhouse, good job hanging onto the ball. Mays was going for the strip sack.
First sack of Mays' career, sophomore, who transferred from New Mexico, following Bronco Mendenhall and that staff from Albuquerque to Logan. Angel Johnson in the game. Snap back, play action. Pressure comes. Zevi heaves it up, has a man up the seam. It is caught. Allen off to the races. Touchdown, Washington State. A 42-yard strike on 3rd and 11. Mackenzie Allen, his 2nd career catch, his 1st career touchdown, and the Cougs draw first blood here on the blue turf in Boise.
Boy, how about Mackenzie Allen? Taking the top off, as they say. Little pressure from Utah State. Zevi Eckhouse hangs in there, delivers the vertical over the top. Stutter seam from Allen, leaves the defender in the dust. What a beautiful throw and catch on 3rd down from Washington State.
Allen put on scholarship in this spring, was a walk-on last year, redshirted 2-time Scout Team Player of the Week. That first catch was against Louisiana Tech. A 9-yard reception. How about that for a memory? Jack Stevens makes the point after attempt, and the Cougs take the 7-0 lead here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl with 7:08 to go in the first quarter. Let's head down to the field. Jess, what do you have?
Well, Allen is getting celebrated just as strong as that touchdown. He is screaming at cameras, his teammates who are all around him right now, and he deserves this moment. Also, I do have an update on Lester. He has a lower body injury, and it's possible that he will return to this game. But, man, let's talk about this celebration. Literally everyone just surrounding Allen right now.
A great scene, and even Danny Freund, who is out of the booth, out on the field as the offensive coordinator, jumping, and him and Zevi Eckhouse kind of hugging, bumping chests mid-air. The Cougs are having fun. They're off to the early lead. Washington State up 7-0. More after this. You're listening to Cougar Football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
Toyotathon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota, like the spacious Corolla Cross. Now through January 5th, lease a new gas-powered 26 Corolla Cross L with all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
If you use natural gas, you recognize its blue flame. But natural gas is actually invisible and odorless. That's why Avista adds a rotten egg scent in case there's ever a leak. If you smell natural gas at home, get outside fast. Don't flip switches or do anything to cause a spark. Go somewhere safe. Call 911. Then Avista. We'll take care of the problem and tell you when it's okay to return. Till then, it's a good excuse to visit the neighbors. Avista. We just want you to be safe.
At Albertsons Stadium in Boise, 7:08 to go in the first quarter. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Cougs up 7-0 on Utah State. A 41-yard Mackenzie Allen touchdown reception. 4 plays, 56 yards, a minute 37 coming off the clock. And Alex, this jumps out the most to me. I'm looking at the numbers. Both teams, WSU and Utah State, have had 2 drives. Cougs, 107 yards of total offense. Utah State with 1.
Yeah, I mean, boy, Coug defense right off the bat, I mean, showing their team speed and aggressiveness. You know, again, that's kind of a matchup to watch for me. And right now, Washington State has won it. And then offensively, boy, just pumping the football back up, throwing it, letting it rip. I mean, it's really paying off for the Cougs. I mean, obviously easily could be up 2 possessions if you don't miss the field goal. But that last possession, again, showing the productive, throwing the production down the field with the vertical pass game.
The Cougs have run 13 plays on offense. 11 have been passes, but 1 was a sack where Zevi Eckhouse was looking to pass. There has been 1 true running play. So this obviously, and you told us going into it that, hey, this was the word coming in that the philosophy was going to be changing as far as the team breakdown of how often it would be running the ball and how often it would be passing the ball in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the 1 run was because they had a new left guard right in there, and they wanted to make sure they got him going and put him in a drop-back pass situation right away. So, yeah, definitely, staying true to form from, what I was told coming into this game, and, fired up for Zevi to see it.
Jack Stevens on for the kickoff. Utah State will look to return it. Out to the 3-yard line is Javen Jacobs. Jacobs, far sideline, has some room as he'll be shoved out of bounds. Nice job by Ryan Harris. Ooh, boy, there is the late flag. So he was out of bounds, and that's going to lead to more. So I did credit Ryan Harris, the kicker, for making the stop, but he was out of bounds when he laid on that hit. So Utah State going to get excellent field position here. Knocked out of bounds close to the 35.
Yeah, he's about 2 steps out of bounds, too. That's a kicker who's feeling a little wide-eyed, thinks he's got a shot. Good return. Good return on that by Utah State. And, again, they get extra yardage tacked onto it.
Interesting story about Ryan Harris. He never played college football at Boise State.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, kicking team, number 32. There'll be a 15-yard penalty added to the end of the return. First down, Utah State.
So Harris was a student here at Boise State. Out of high school, he didn't try to play college football. He was a student at Boise State, then said, hey, I got a leg. I want to try kicking and punting. Ended up going to San Diego Mesa Junior College. He's from Vancouver, British Columbia, so he was actually just a regular student here at Boise State, and this happens to be where his college career will come to an end. He's a senior. And with that penalty, they're trying to figure out exactly where the returner was out of bounds and where to tack on the penalty. It's going to be close to midfield, and it will be at the 44. So the exact spot where the Cougs started on their last drive, that's where Utah State will begin. 7-0 Washington State. An explosive offensive start for the Cougs. Let's see if the defense can continue to keep the Aggies quiet. Here it is on the option pitch. Goes into the hands of the running back, and it's going to be a first down. Javen Jacobs, he is a real threat for them, one of the talented trio of running backs. He's into Cougar territory. It's a gain of 12.
That's what makes Utah State so hard to defend. Effectively, they're running the triple option out of shotgun with various formations, running backs. Bryson Barnes pulls the ball there, then he gets out on the edge. Cougs tackle him, but he pitches it for a good gain.
Barnes hands it off, this time to Miles Davis, who's met up and upended. Anthony Polano and Caleb Francel right there to form a white brick wall. Cougs in their white uniforms here on the blue turf. The 2 linebackers hold Davis to a gain of only 1.
Yeah, good eyes by Polano. Kind of flows over the top of it. Makes a play at the line of scrimmage. And then not only does he make contact at the line of scrimmage, he gets it back down to the ground.
Mackenzie Allen, a 41-yard touchdown for the Cougs. The difference in this game. Now 2nd and 9 for the Washington State 43. Here's the snap. Drop it back. Pass almost picked. Oh, so close for Washington State. There to break it up. Trillian Sorrell, true freshman cornerback. So without Colby Humphrey, without Kenny Worthy III, we've seen more Jamari Smith and now more Trillian Sorrell, who is an eyelash away from picking off that ball.
Yeah, he stepped right in front of it. It's what we call a snap. State outside receiver runs in and sits down about 5 yards. Sorrell saw it the whole way as the corner folded over the top and triggered. Just barely missed. Probably a walk-in pick six.
Big play here, 3rd and 9 for the Aggies from the Cougar 43. Deep drop for Barnes, feeling the pressure, heaves it up, has a man. He's going to overthrow his intended target. Was feeling the pressure as he was backpedaling. Still had a potential receiver in Brady Boyd who would have had the catch for the first down near the 20. Couldn't quite get it to him. The Cougs force another punt for Utah State. 3 possessions for the Aggies, all 3 going to end up in punts.
Yeah, and credit to Anthony Polano, who's coming on the delayed blitz there. It's a sprint out from Barnes, and with Polano in his face, he cannot set his feet.
Reporting to the game is number 48.
He can't set his feet to deliver that ball all the way downfield. Like you said, he had an open receiver, just couldn't get it there.
Washington State up 7-0. Tony Freeman back to return the punt. He's at the 8. Landon Rico is 3rd punt of the game, gets off a high booming punt. This will be a tough one for Washington State to deal with. It takes an excellent Aggie hop. It will be down inside the 5. So credit to Landon Rico, who is from Central Valley High School. His brother Ryan is the punter for the Cincinnati Bengals. Older brother Austin, very successful kicker and punter at the University of Idaho. So a pipeline of Ricos who have been outstanding in college and in the NFL as well. Pins Washington State back deep at the 3.
Yeah, that's a really nice kick. A little wedge shot in there. That thing just stuck at the 2-yard line, and then it kicked directly sideways, Chris, and stayed right there at about the 3-yard line. It's as good as it gets punting-wise.
Jess, what do you have for us?
Well, it's good news as Johnny Lester is heading back out on the field. I know Noah Dunham is staying adept with the iPads here on the sideline, ready to go in, but Lester is good to go and back in the game.
Well, that's good news for Washington State. We'll see Leo Pulalasi in the game for the Cougs. So we've seen a combination of Woods, Angel Johnson, and Pulalasi in the backfield. No Kirby Vore. He's opting out of this game. 7-0, Cougs up, but at their own 3-yard line beginning this drive. Zevi claps his hands. A little movement on the line, but nothing that would lead to a flag. Play clock getting low. Here's the snap. Eckhouse looking to throw, feeling the pressure, and it will be incomplete. Trying to connect with his tight end, Bo Baker, but just out of his reach. So the Cougs have now had 14 plays, and 13 of them have been through the air, at least intended to be through the air.
Yeah, trying to get the outcut actually to Meredith to the wide side of the field. It was well defended. They'd thrown that ball earlier in the game, so then he's got to bring his eyes backside. Another corner blitz, though, from that same defender, D'Angelo Mays, and kind of forced Zevi to throw that one a little wider than he would have liked.
Good coverage by Bronson Olevau Jr., who had a sack of John Mateer in last year's game between Washington State and Utah State. Cougs need some breathing room. 2nd and 10 from their own 3. It's a handoff up the gut. Leo Pulalasi, forward progress, a yard, maybe 2, but it's still going to be 3rd and long. So the Cougar offense had been humming, but with that excellent punt from Landon Rico, it puts Washington State in a real difficult spot.
Yeah, hard. I mean, that's just a hard spot. 2nd and long, backed up. Utah State's got 7 guys in the box, 8 guys in the box actually against, really against your 7. And for Washington State, hard to move the line of scrimmage. You got to think this is probably a pass down, but obviously got to be smart when you're backed up.
Jeremiah Noga split out to the left. Josh Meredith in the slot. Now motioning from right to left is Tony Freeman. Cougs have it up 7-0, but it's 3rd and 8 from their own 5. The snap sprinting out to his left is Zevi Eckhouse. Spins the ball up in the air. It's going to be intercepted. Deflected, picked off by Utah State, and knocked out of bounds Tony Freeman with the tackle. It is Ike Larson here at Mountain West Conference Honors for the 3rd time in his career this season. Comes away with the interception, the 10th of his career, but the first of this season. Deflected ball, and Utah State pulls it down. Cougs up 7-0, but the Aggies are going to take over after the turnover at the Washington State 13.
Yeah, and it was a tip ball on the sprint out. Zevi was trying to get the ball to Josh Meredith on the 2nd level of the flood concept. And I don't think he saw a low defender. The ball was just too low coming out of his hands. Ball tipped up in the air, and then off that tip drill, that interception sets up great field position with Ike Larson for this Utah State offense.
Utah State on 3 drives so far. They've produced 9 total yards, but here they are in the red zone. Will it be a direct snap here? The snap, Barnes will keep it for himself. Cougs not fooled. Off the edge, the tackle made by Caleb Fransel, and that is going to be no gain. The defense, we've seen this time and time again this year, Alex, where they've been put in some tough spots, and they've been able to answer the call. Will this be another one of those cases?
Yeah, that little trick play right there. Kevin McGivens got Anthony Garcia, backup quarterback, under center. He goes in motion, wraps back around the whole formation, ends up being just quarterback run. Again, a good example of good eyes by Washington State's defense.
Cougs up 7-0, but the Aggies have it 2nd and 10 at the Washington State 13. The snap back to Barnes, drops back to throw, has some time, open target, but not a great toss. It's Kahanu Davis who's starting in the place with Braden Pagan out, their top receiver, opting out of this game. He makes the grab at the 11, but a better throw. There was more room to work with. It will go down as just a gain of 2, and it's now 3rd and 7.
And those first down plays where Washington State, gets an offense into 2nd and long. Same thing we've seen happen to Washington State offense. If you're not productive on first down, it really gets you behind the chains. It can be a challenge. And now Utah State, 3rd and long in the tight red zone, plays into Washington State's hands with their team speed and aggressiveness.
The Zevi Eckhouse interception allowing Utah State to get the ball at the Washington State 13.
The ruling on the catch is under further review.
Yeah, like you said, it wasn't a great throw. The receiver had to kind of go down for it. I wonder if it hit the turf first.
Well, this will be reviewed, and again, no real downside here for the Cougs. On the video board, they have Spuddy Buddy walking through downtown Boise as it says, under review. Spuddy Buddy, he is prominent, as you might imagine, at the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Spuddy Buddy representing those Idaho Spuds. And Jess, you're next to Spuddy Buddy. Will you get close to him, or you don't want to get too close?
I don't know. I certainly am, and I don't think it's a danger because it's just a Spud. But we got Tater Tot. I guess that's the little cousin of Spuddy Buddy, standing right next to us. But yeah, Spuddy seems to be in a good mood today. Yes, I can confirm via physical commands. We can't get verbal confirmation on that, but I can confirm here with my reporter eyes that Spuddy Buddy is having a wonderful time.
We've got the eagle eye up here. He's dancing right next to you, Jess, and he's got a sack of potatoes, so that seems appropriate.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's going to be a potato sack race at some point because there is a sack and there is a Spuddy Buddy, and there's a lot of kids here too, so I'm wondering if we might see some entertainment come mid-quarter.
My favorite, but everybody loves the college football playoff and all that. You know what my favorite part of postseason is right now in football? The bowl season where the bowls are really leaning into the marketing, like the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
The pass is incomplete. The receiver did not maintain control of the ball while going to the ground. 3rd down.
So it is an incomplete pass, and that's maybe not a huge deal, but that's a couple of more yards that Utah State was not going to have. So 3rd and long here. For those just joining us, here we are on what has turned out to be about as good of a day as you could reasonably hope for in Boise, Idaho on December 22nd for a game that kicks off at noon local time. It is mostly blue skies up above. The effect. It is a sunny day. We're in temperatures the high 40s. Cougs up 7-0 on Utah State. A Zevi Eckhouse pick giving the Aggies good field position, and the defense looking to stiffen up here. 3rd and 10 for the Aggies from the Washington State 13. Here's the snap back to Barnes over the middle, looking for a man pass. Deflected. It's Anthony Polano who gets a hand on it. Otherwise, that's probably a touchdown caught by Brady Boyd, but Polano's fingertips have a different idea there, knocking the ball away. It is an incompletion, and after having that great field position with the interception, they're going to have to settle for a field goal.
Yeah, I thought that was a touchdown, Chris. Great job. Anthony Polano's on the backside of the formation, and he's just watching Bryson Barnes' eyes the whole way, and as soon as he sees Barnes' eyes snap to his receiver, he moves with it, gets a big hand up there, and knocks that thing down.
Chip shot here for Tanner Rinker, but he is from the far right hash. Will be a 30-yard attempt. Here's the snap. The hold is down. The kick is low. Is it no good? It is no good. Misses it wide left. Holy cow. That thing just shot out like a shanked golf shot, and he misses the officially a 31-yard attempt, way wide left. Well, both teams have missed an easier field goal. It was Jack Stevens who couldn't convert on a 32-yarder for the Cougs after the opening drive. And Alex, how about that? Zevi Eckhouse throws the interception. Utah State gets the ball at the WSU 13, and it's still a goose egg up on the scoreboard for the Aggies.
Just a huge stop for the defense and for Washington State. And now you get the ball back, feel like you can really capitalize on this. And, Chris, I'm going to forgive you for using the S word there when it comes to golf. I'm going to forget that. I'm going to forget that came out because we don't need that seeping into my golf game at all. So
it's almost golfing weather here, which you wouldn't necessarily expect. Cougs up 7-0, getting the ball back. Here it is, snap. It's a handoff to Angel Johnson, and Johnson swallowed up in the backfield. We saw him get going more than any other time this year against Oregon State, but still, it just hasn't quite found his legs as a Coug. It is a loss of 2. And again, for Alex, for those just tuning in, how would you describe the breakdown between the run game and the passing attack for Washington State to this point?
Well, the easiest way I can explain it is 107 yards passing and 2 total yards rushing, right? Washington State's been really productive throwing the ball, 13 attempts already, and I think that's, again, where the Cougs want to lean.
Hard to be off schedule here a little bit. 2nd and 12. Zevi takes the snap, has a man in traffic. It's Brandon Ganeshamorthy, a contested pass. That ball zipped right to his tummy. He hauls it in.
I think he dropped it.
Oh, he did not quite hang on to it. That one was there. We'll watch the replay. It was Adam, maybe a little bit behind him, but it's an incompletion. So after the strong start for the WSU offense, back deep in their own territory and kind of getting off schedule these last 2 drives.
2 minutes and 54 seconds. 2:54. The game clock will start on the snap.
Yeah, and Ganeshamorthy's coming across the field to sprint out to the right. He's on the left, running all the way across the field. And Zevi kind of purposely throws it behind because he knows the defender's coming. And as a receiver, you got to kind of feel that, know that that's coming, slow down. Ganeshamorthy almost ran through the ball a little bit. Ends up dropping it because it's on his back hip.
Cougs up 7-0. But the offense slowing down a little bit after a red-hot start. Here it is on 3rd down. The pass near side picked off again, and it is Zevi taking a risk, and he is picked off, trying to go to the far side of the field. Dylan Tucker with the interception. Alex, that decision there by Zevi, what
really
did
on
he
the field
see?
is
What
an
ended up
interception by
happening?
Utah State.
Yeah, I think
First
the ball
down,
got
Utah
tipped.
State.
It's a deep out route to the wide side of the field. I think the ball got tipped or just popped up on him. I mean, just not a strong throw. Didn't really get to step into it. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I just think Zevi didn't set his feet. Kind of trying to throw that ball all arm from the left hash outside the right hash. Not enough juice, and the defender's able to step into it. But again, Chris, you get behind the chains on 1st down. You're in 2nd and 12. You miss on 2nd and 12, and then you're 3rd and 12. You're playing into the defense's hands no matter what. That when Washington State's first 2 drives, they were so efficient, right? They were getting yardage on 1st down, and they were staying out ahead of the chains and staying on schedule.
Cougs up 7-0, but Utah State again, another interception. Great field position, 1st and 10 from the Washington State 28. It will be a quarterback run. Bryson Barnes pulled down from behind by Gavin Barthiel at the 25. Barthiel is in his 2nd stint with Washington State. Barthiel making his first start as a Coug, but also spent time at Utah State. It was Jesse Bobbit who brought him back in the fold. He wasn't playing college football, and here he is in this spot here, stepping up with Parker McKenna hurt.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool story to have him, obviously back on the field and stepping in a big moment, being productive. He played well in that Oregon State game, right, when he had to step in also for Parker McKenna. 2nd and 7. Handoff, plenty of room near side. It is Jacobs who stretches out, and I think he's going to have the 1st down. Needed to get to the 18, and he'll be marked down at the 18. It's a fresh set of downs. Cougs trying to hang on to the 7-0 lead, but the Washington State defense being put in a very difficult spot on back-to-back drives. 2 Zevi Eckhouse interceptions, giving the ball to Utah State at their own 13. No points came out of that, but then also here at the 28, and here they are inside the red zone. Yeah, defenses, been on the field a lot. It's kind of a double-edged sword if you're going to throw the football that much, and again, not be efficient with it, create some problems.
1st and 10 from the Cougar 18. It will be Barnes trying to stretch out to the right. He is grabbed and brought down. We are talking about Gavin Barthiel. He got Barnes low and hung on. Barnes is a slippery player and nearly was able to shake loose. Instead, he is stopped right back at the line of scrimmage, the 18.
Utah State uses such unique formations. That time they've got Barnes at quarterback behind center and shotgun. 2 running backs to his right next to each other. And then they use kind of a zone read, again, triple option, trying to create misdirection, get Barnes on the outside. Good recognition. That looked like that was Sullivan Slimjin who got there first.
7-0 Cougar lead, empty set, 2nd and 10 for the Washington State 18. The snap, Barnes trying to tuck and run, and he'll be hit hard. Got low by Bryson Lamb. Gavin Barthiel over the field, so Lamb got him low, and it's Barthiel who puts the finishing touches on up high. It's a pickup of 2, but 3rd and 8 now for Utah State.
Yeah, that's really credit to Washington State's back end. That secondary, even with some injuries, playing really well, matching up against these Utah State receivers. Bryson Barnes had nowhere to go. He's working left to right all the way through his progression before he gets flushed out of the pocket. And like you said, Barthiel kind of finishes it off.
Getting close to the end of the first quarter, 25 seconds and counting. Been an entertaining start to this famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Cougs looking for another defensive stop on 3rd and 9. Here's the snap. Barnes steps up, flushed out, surveying down the field. He will throw it into the end zone. This is going to be intercepted. Washington State comes away with the pick. It is Matthew Durant's, the final game of his college career, and he intercepts Utah State's Bryson Barnes, coming down with it in the end zone.
Boy, I'm not sure what Bryson Barnes was trying to accomplish. He gets flushed out. Barthield's coming downhill at him, throws back across his body, and Durant steps in front of it. He's got to probably just get rid of that ball, in all honesty.
And now the officials are huddled up talking. There was a flag. Now it's being held. Durant did have a little bit of a celebration
after. The result of the play was an interception by Washington State and a resulting touchback. There was no foul in the play. 1st and 10, Washington State at the 20-yard line.
Big time play by Washington State. That's 2 in a row for the defense, getting put in a tough position with the interceptions by Zevi Eckhouse. Defense steps up both times. Matthew Durant is fired up on the sideline. Like you said, a senior, Chris, last college football game. What a cool moment for him.
Listen to this crowd. And Jess, we'll go down to you on the field. What is the breakdown here at Albertsons Stadium of the number of WSU fans that you'd say compared to Utah State fans?
I would say generously it is 70% Cougs and 30% Utah State. I can say, though, it will be, in all honesty, I'm on the sideline. But listen to this, guys. You can hear the fact that these people are here, and they also exist on the other side of the stadium. I can see the crimson speckled in amongst the Utah State fans. While they did show up, I think we're 70-30.
On 1st and 10, here's a pitch to Tony Freeman, trying to make it happen with his legs. And again, the Cougs will lose yards on that first down. Really give to Freeman, trying to let the wide receiver make something happen. He's explosive, but going east to west, it's a loss of 1, and that will do it for the first quarter. This has been a wildly entertaining start to this game. We see Washington State come out, throwing the ball all over the field. The offense has sputtered a bit. Zevi with 2 interceptions, but then a turnover for Utah State. They were twice in the Cougar red zone, and they are still without any points. It's Washington State 7, Utah State nothing.
Yeah, you need Washington State, to find a way offensively here to make something happen. Even though they got behind the chains, I like that idea of pushing the ball downfield. That's where they've had success. The last few drives tried to run the football on first down, not super productive. Let's see if they stretch it out here these next 2 downs.
Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. This is as much fun as you can have on a Monday late morning, back Pacific time, early afternoon here, Mountain time. Second quarter after this, Cougs up on Utah State 7-0. This is the famous Idaho Potato Bowl on the Cougar Sports Network.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Ah, exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000. Oh. I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Gisa Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Gisa.
Be a part of all the excitement at Beasley Coliseum this year. Come cheer on the Washington State Cougars men's and women's basketball teams as they host the likes of Gonzaga, St. Mary's, and Oregon State in conference play this season. Don't miss out on all the action. Grab your tickets to upcoming WSU basketball games today at WSUCougars.com/Tix. Again, that's WSUCougars.com/TIX. See you at Beasley Coliseum. Go Cougs!
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice, relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
Back high above the blue turf here at Albertsons Stadium in Boise. 7-0, Washington State leads Utah State as we start the second quarter, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. We got the whole crew here. Jessamine McIntyre down on the field. Up in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Brink, our engineer Jerry Kylo. We even have on the WSU Cougars YouTube page our live stream going of the booth cam as well. So for those folks tuning in, appreciate you joining us, whether you're on the Cougar Sports Network are with the booth cam here for this game. 7-0 Cougs up. Red hot start offensively for Washington State, throwing the ball all over the field. The difference in this 7-0 lead is a 41-yard Mackenzie Allen touchdown. Came on 3rd and 11, but we've seen WSU have some bad field position, and Zevi Eckhouse throwing picks on the last 2 possessions. This Cougar defense, though, Alex, has had 2 times where Utah State's been gifted great field position, and yet they still have not allowed a point.
Well, yeah, and, the defense, it's kind of carrying on what we've seen most of the year, particularly the back half. And, offensively, the pass game's been effective. You've had a few mistakes by Zevi Eckhouse. Again, part of that is, like you said, field position and productivity on first down. We haven't seen Zevi Eckhouse use his legs much today either.
Surprising to see the Cougs passing the ball 15 times in the first quarter, and here it is. Zevi, a design run, and he is going to be bottled up. So this Cougar offense now stalling out after a strong start. Gabriel Aniguez Jr., who earned honorable mention All Mountain West Conference honors, brings him all the way back. That spot, let's see where they put him, at the 18, so fairly favorable. That it could have been a lot worse. It will be 3rd and 12, but Washington State hasn't had any spark on the ground so far in this game.
Zevi's trying to run a QB power on that second down play, and he cut backside. Probably should have stayed front side. Would have gotten some positive yardage.
It is 3rd and 12 for the Cougs at their own 18, trying to avoid a quick 3 and out. Here's the snap. Zevi pump fake, screen pass to the running back. Maxwell Woods trying to use his legs. Cuts near side. He's got the first down and more. Looking for an extra blocker across midfield. Shoved down from behind on the famous Idaho Potato Bowl logo, right on the sour cream above the russet potato. He makes it into Aggie territory to the 49-yard line. That will go down as a gain of 33.
Yeah, really good play call by Danny Freund there. A little running back screen to Maxwell Woods, and we see the wiggle from Woods once he gets out in the open field.
Tempo for Washington State. We saw that early. Tucking it, faking the handoff. Zevi keeps it for himself, lowers his shoulders, looking for a flag, and it comes in late. 2 flags thrown. I would say a beat late, Alex. That was about 2 or 3 beats late.
I mean, you could see it unfold. Zevi gave himself up, and the defender went down low, head first. I mean, that was as clean as it gets.
7-0 Washington State leads. Zevi was going to have a gain of about 6.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, defense number 4. 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. First down, Washington State.
Brevin Hamblin, an outstanding member of that Utah State defense. Honorable mention All Mountain West, was named the Mountain West Defensive Player of the Week after having a pick 6 and a fumble recovery and a sack against Nevada. He's the guilty party, so a big break with that penalty. It was just 2 plays ago, the Cougs had a 3rd and 12 at their own 18. That 30-plus yard running back screen for the first down, and then that run and the penalty tacked on after. Cougs have it 1st and 10 at the Aggie 29.
Yeah, and I'd expect a little play-action shot play right here. First down across the 50.
Hudson Cedarland, the tight end in the game. Cougs play fake. They try to hit Cedarland. Ball tipped in the air, and it is incomplete. Oh, so close to being intercepted. Bronson Olevau Jr. doing Superman extension to try to grab that ball that was hit high up in the air.
Boy, and D'Angelo Mays, the short side corners all over the field. 6'1", 180 pounds. He comes on the corner blitz again and gets his hands up and creates that tip ball. Like you said, almost got picked off. Ball was kind of hanging in the air.
7-point Cougar lead. Washington State has a missed field goal. Both teams have a missed short field goal under 35 yards. The difference, the 41-yard Mackenzie Allen touchdown reception. Cougs up 7-0, trying to grow the lead. A little over a minute into the second half. On 2nd and 10, Cougs go to the ground. It's Maxwell Woods, lowers his shoulders, and that extra push gets the ball to the 26 for Washington State. He gets 3, and it's now 3rd and 7 for the Cougs. Kind of an interesting territory here at the 26.
Think of anybody on this offensive group, Maxwell Woods is the one that I've felt for most this year, because every time I see him touch the ball, he feels electric, right? And just with Kirby Voorhees' production, Leo Puolasi in the room, feels like they were trying to force-feed Angel Johnson during the year. It's like Woods was the one that got kind of left out in the cold, and he's been so productive the last few weeks for Washington State.
The 3 most veteran wide receivers in the game for the Cougs here on 3rd and 7. Snap back to Zevi. Pressure comes. Zevi is in trouble, and he will take a sack. That's tough for Washington State. If Zevi throws away that ball, it's a chance for a field goal instead of major loss all the way back to the 41-yard line. Zevi just kept getting pushed further and further back. It'll be interesting to see who gets the exact credit. Chris Joe got him low. It looked like up high John Miller, the Oregon State transfer.
John Miller got there. You know, again, for Zevi, you want him to throw the ball. That's really hard, right? Man coverage by Utah State, nowhere to go with the football, and then John Miller kind of shows up out of nowhere because he defeats his block. Zevi can't get out of the pocket to get that ball out. Really not much he could do there.
Kahanu Davis back to receive this punt. Ryan Harris on to punt. It is going to be 4th and 22 after the big loss. Harris, a high punt, and it's going to be grabbed by, I believe that's Mackenzie Alene, who had the touchdown reception, so pulling special teams duty as well. He marks it down at the 13, so Utah State will be pinned back deep. Alex, I want to go to this point. You know, you come into a game like this, and we're going into a media timeout, but a lot has happened for WSU. You have the coaching change. It's the second straight year that's happened going into a bowl game. There has been no lack of spirit from the Cougs. This group, from what we've seen on the field, what we've been around this week, the togetherness has definitely been
first
there.
Down, Utah State.
Yeah, I will say that's, when I said player-led to kind of start the broadcast, that's the thing I've been most impressed with this Washington State football team is these athletes they haven't let any of it phase them, right? You talk about crazy travel, right? Back-to-back long road trips, a blowout loss early in the season to North Texas, tough loss to your rival with Washington. You go toe-to-toe with Ole Miss, down in Oxford. I mean, so many ups and downs, so much stuff, and then to get the gut punch with Jimmy Rogers leaving after the season, and now still to show up against a team that was favored to come win this game, that's got continuity with Bronco Mendenhall and the staff, and come out and be up 7-0. I think, again, it's a real credit to the athletes, to the players, that they're able to stay focused and come out and play well.
Timeout on the field. We'll be back after this. Second quarter in Boise. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 11:58 to play first half. Cougs up on Utah State 7-0. You're listening to the Cougar Sports Network.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
If we know anything about Cougs fans, it's that a win isn't all you're hungry for on game day. So Northern Quest has a full lineup of restaurants and lounges ready to face any appetite. Cheer on your Cougs with craft beer and cocktails in front of Epic's 10-by-30-foot screen. Grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, or tackle a burger at Fat Burger, before it tackles you. Full menus at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
On game day, Pullman heads to the Lumberyard Food Hall. Enjoy burgers and drinks from Timber, island favorites from Island Grill, and bold Colombian flavors from Mi Rinconcito Colombiano. And when the sun goes down, dancing every Friday and Saturday night, 18 and older after 10 p.m. There's something for everyone at the Lumberyard Food Hall in downtown Pullman.
7-0, Washington State leads Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 11 minutes, 58 seconds to go first half. Utah State, after the punt, will take over at their 13. Before we get to the action, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Cougar Sports Network. The blue turf here at Albertsons Stadium, really strong turnout of Washington State fans. Again, Jess told us earlier, 70-30 is what she thought the breakdown was here between Washington State fans and Utah State fans. It is 1st and 10. It will be a handoff, giving the ball into the hands of Miles Davis. Davis upended far side. It is Anthony Polano and Caleb Francis. We've talked about that duo before. That may even go down as a loss of 1 on the first down carry. Cougs without some key players on defense. Parker McKenna, Colby Humphrey both hurt, and yet guys have been stepping up, and you feel like they haven't missed a beat.
Oh, they haven't missed a beat, that's for sure.
Little tempo here, screen pass, looking for some room. It is Caleb Francis right there to greet Miles Davis. Grabs the screen pass, and Francis all over the place. Guys like Caleb Francis, Matthew Durant, who had the interception earlier, those guys leaving it all out there in the final game of their college careers.
Chris, there's just some guys that are they're just flat out good football players. And Caleb Franzel is a really, really good football player. He recognizes well. He plays fast. He tackles in space. I rarely see him make a mistake when he's on the field defensively.
No gain. It means it's 3rd and 10. Aggies with it at their own 13. Snap back to Barnes. Scrambles out over to his right. Now Polano delayed, brings the heat, and the pass is going to be, is it caught? Cougs saying incomplete, and initially it was motioned incomplete is what it looked like it was starting to have happen, but Brady Boyd hauling it in front of the Cougar bench at the 30. Be interesting to get another look at it if he actually hung on to the ball.
That was that same play that Barnes missed before when Polano put pressure, that deep kind of out corner route. That time he's able to set his feet, absorbs a hit from Polano, delivers a great catch by Boyd.
That's a major play there. 17-yard gain on 3rd and 10. So Utah State, that's just the second completion of the day for Bryson Barnes, looking to throw again. Now dancing around the pocket. He will be grabbed and brought down. Washington State, Malaki Taase getting him low. Also in there for WSU, multiple guys helping to make him feel the pressure. Titus Miller in the game on the defensive line. So a number of those younger guys that we haven't talked about as much this year making an impact.
Great job in coverage again. Jamari Smith, short side corner, working with Gavin Bartheel, the linebacker. Bryson Barnes trying to work that side of the field. Nothing there. Veteran quarterback really should probably throw the ball away at that point. He had plenty of time to do it, but doesn't, and Washington State gets a sack.
It is 2nd and 10. Cougs up 7-0 here. Defense has been outstanding for Washington State. Can they keep the Aggies scoreless? Now Barnes splits out wide to the right. It is going to be a direct snap, full head of steam, and taking it is Anthony Garcia. Garcia gets about half of what was needed. They'll mark him down at the 31. Sets up 3rd and 4 now for the Aggies.
Yeah, design kind of QB counter for the good athlete Garcia, transfer from Arizona. You see his athletic ability. Short sets up this 3rd medium.
Garcia, his dad Aaron Garcia, former quarterback at Washington State. 9 minutes to play, first half. Cougs up by 7. Utah State 3rd and 4 at their own 36-yard line. Snap back to Barnes. Cougs bring the blitz. Barnes hangs tight in the pocket, slings it out near sideline. Ball tipped and deflected. Washington State denying it. The intended target was Garcia, but who is in coverage for Washington State?
Large. What a nice play by Large.
Large, but is that Large who's holding his knee right now? It is. So Large unable to get up on the Cougar sideline. And Jess, you got your eyes on this situation here. This is unfortunate to see for Large. What can you tell us?
Well, it is, especially because of what a contributor he's been to this team in such a short amount of time. Obviously, they're going to make sure they check him out, but he is down on the sidelines right now, has yet to move.
Appears to be holding the knee, and Tucker Large is as tough as they come. Landon Rico going to punt, so after the stop on 3rd and 4. 4th down ball for the Aggies at their own 36. Rico back at his own 21. Here's the snap. Steps into the punt. High kick. Tony Freeman at the 24 will make the catch. Cut near sideline. Has some room. Freeman out close to midfield. He's still going into Aggie territory and finally lassoed down at the 47-yard line. It was in the last game for the Cougs, which clinched bowl eligibility back in late November against Oregon State when Freeman set the WSU record for most punt return yards in a game. He had 169, breaking Sean Timms' record that he set in 1997 of 167. So the Cougs will get excellent field position. It's been at this 7-0 score for a while. Washington State's been knocking on the door of growing that advantage. Will it happen here? First half, 8:41 to play, and the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State looking for that first bowl victory since 2018. Cougs up on the Aggies, 7-0. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with a new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
When putting in a tree or fence post, we all hate it when our shovel hits a big rock. But there are worse things to come across, like a natural gas or electric line. Nowadays, buried utilities are everywhere, some just below the surface. That's why it's the law to call 811 before you dig, to have your lines marked ahead of time. It's free for Avista residential customers. So call 811 2 business days before you dig. You need time to pick out that perfect shrub anyway. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Book your next global getaway rewards more often with Atmos Rewards by Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines. It's the #1 airline rewards program according to U.S. News and World Report, and your invitation to explore over 1,000 plus global destinations. Thanks for making Cougar football a part of your Monday, not a day that we're typically here above, we're usually above green turf. Here we are above blue turf. It's at Albertsons Stadium in Boise. Cougs up 7-0. Washington State with the ball. Great field position at the Aggie 47, 8:41 to go. We'll get an update on the sideline. Tucker Large deflecting that third down pass, but coming up very, very slowly. And Jess, I think he's even coming out of the medical tent right now. What can you give us the latest on?
He is in very severe emotional distress right now. I think this is a very severe injury. He's currently hugging his teammates right now. He is sobbing, actually, probably knowing that this is the last play that he will have played in his college career. They're going to take him into the locker room right now, hoping to get a diagnosis on exactly the injury, but he's limping off, and just the emotion that he is showing on his shoulder right now as he exits the field for what is likely the last time is something that should be respected and recognized as these guys give their bodies to this game.
And that was Matthew Durant's that he was talking to, those longtime teammates who were together at South Dakota State. Here's the snap on 1st and 10. Cougs go to Leo Pulalasi, little turf monster, trying to make that extra cut. Still a positive running play, which Washington State hasn't had happen so far. It is a gain of 3, so on first down it sets up 2nd and 7 for the Cougs at the Aggie 43-yard line. Washington State 9 carries, -9 yards up until that play.
Yeah, and he had a chance to get a little more out of it. Like you said, kind of got tripped up on that turf. Just love the way Leo Pulalasi runs. A smooth, long strider.
Said he's viewed as a power guy. He considers himself a finesse guy, likes juking. Empty set for Zevi. Quick screen pass over to Maxwell Woods. A little bit of a low throw. He still hauls it in. Couldn't quite get the extra blocks. He's bounced back, fighting for everything he can. This is going to be no gain or maybe a loss. Actually a loss of 2. And the Cougar offense, Alex, started off very strong. Missed field goal, but got in the red zone. Then a 41-yard touchdown. That's the difference in this game, the Mackenzie Allen catch. But the offense has cooled off a little bit. What's it going to take to get things jump-started?
Well, I think a credit to Utah State's defense, too. It feels like Washington State hit them in the mouth a little bit. They're playing very aggressive right now, and Washington State is not matching that energy offensively that Utah State has kind of come back with, absorbed the blow, and they're giving the blow back.
It's now 3rd and 9. Cougs getting great field position, trying to avoid having to punt it after starting in Aggie territory. At the Aggie 46, the snap to Zevi. Pressure comes, man over the middle. Pass caught by Noga. First down and more to the 30, and he will get to the 29-yard line. Cougs needed a big gain on 3rd down. They get it. It's a pickup of 17. We've seen 3 third down conversions on 3rd and long coming through in the clutch.
Chris, that was such a great throw and catch from Zevi Eckhouse to Jeremiah Noga. That's a corner blitz again coming in Zevi Eckhouse's face. He stands in there, goes left to right in his progression, works the dig route to Noga on the backside, delivers it on the numbers. Couldn't be a better throw from Zevi Eckhouse.
Under 7 minutes to play first half. Cougs looking to grow the 7-0 lead here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 1st and 10 for the 29. Cougs taking a shot, looking for Meredith, just out of his reach into the end zone. Meredith unable to haul that one in as Zevi just put it slightly away from his hands. Taking a shot there, but couldn't quite convert.
Yeah, slot fade from Josh Meredith, and you like that one-on-one matchup. Nice job by the defender. Bryson Taylor running step for step. I mean, that ball was going to have to be perfect. But I like the idea on 1st and 10 inside the opponent's 30 to take a shot.
Last drive, Cougs had it right about this spot at the Aggie 26. Zevi took a sack on 3rd down and had to punt instead. Let's see if the Cougs can get points out of this, make this a 2-possession lead no matter what out of this drive. 2nd and 10 from the 29. Design run for Zevi, trying to shake loose. Only the second time we've seen a design run for him, and he goes up the gut, not much there. Only a gain of 1. Now 3rd and 9 for Washington State. You're in this spot here. You could maybe have a long Jack Stevens field goal, but you're really looking to keep this drive going.
Yeah, and for Washington State, kind of every time they bring more guys into the box, Utah State matches that, and it's just the numbers aren't quite there for the run game for Washington State. They're better off being more spread out, spreading out that Utah State defense and either throwing the ball or running out of spread, maybe work some of that screen game again like we saw the big play to Maxwell Woods.
12 personnel, Bo Baker, Trey Lechner, the tight ends, Angel Johnson, the running back. Split out wide to the right is Mackenzie Ali. Now motion from left to right is Meredith. Here's the snap. Eckhouse heaves it up, looking for Meredith. High toss in the air. Meredith comes down with it. Oh, a high arcing pass, and Meredith in the final game of his college career. One of 7 Cougs to spend every year of their career at Washington State. Comes up with the catch. It's down to the 8-yard line. Washington State setting up here 1st and goal. Tempo for the Cougs. Eckhouse takes the snap. The Cougs fake the handoff to Johnson. It's Zevi going with his legs, faking the pump fake, and he's down close to the goal line all the way to the 1. He was teasing that ball up in the air and almost got in. Zevi so good with his legs. 8 rushing touchdowns this season, tied for the 4th most in a single season for a WSU quarterback.
And Chris, I've been banging this drum all year. Josh Meredith and Tony Freeman, to me, are the 2 best players Washington State has on the field at all times. When you give them a chance like Zevi gave Josh Meredith there on that out and up, that wheel route, Meredith's going to go make that play, right? And you see him track that ball, bring it in for a huge spot, and then Zevi with the QB keeper down inside the 1. What a great sequence of plays for Washington State.
That was a 20-yard catch by Josh Meredith. Cougs have it 2nd and goal from the 1. Johnson, the running back, out of the shotgun. Eckhouse takes the ball, has him wide open, man. Hudson Cedarland with the touchdown. Hudson Cedarland, the tight end, the first touchdown of his career. He was a linebacker for Washington State at this time last season. Comes through and makes the grab. 1-yard toss. Eckhouse, Cedarland, Cougs grow the lead. 13-0 Washington State. 4:43 to go, first half here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl.
Beautiful play design. Trey Lechner goes in yo-yo motion, starts to the left, goes back to the right, and then on the snap, he rips back behind the line of scrimmage as kind of a ghost tight end, sliding back across that. Attracts the defense. Zevi Eckhouse fakes the run to Angel Johnson, drops the ball over the top to Hudson Cedarland, running the corner route in the back of the end zone.
Jack Stevens on for the point after attempt. Here's the snap to hold this down. The kick is up, and it is good. Cougs jump out to the 14-0 lead. Hudson Cedarland battled through injuries in his college career, cleaned out his locker, was ready to go home and enter the portal last year. Talked to Jimmy Rogers at the time. They embraced his idea to move from linebacker to tight end. Played in just 1 game last year. Played 12 games 2 years ago, 6 tackles. And how about that? Came to WSU in 2022 from Gig Harbor High School. And Jess, I know you're down on the sideline. That is a happy group of Cougs after that Cedarland touchdown catch.
Oh, the celebration continues. He still hasn't let go of the ball, which I think is amazing. Obviously, both sides of this team on offense and defense have played next to this guy, have defended him, have played with him, and are so excited. This entire team is just going nuts for him, and I hope that that ball ends up going home with him after this game.
He's now working on his MBA. He even missed some time this year. Injured versus Colorado State, missed 4 games out of Gig Harbor High School. You'd love to see moments like that.
Yeah, and I see, Danny Freund giving him a big hug, Jesse Bobbit giving him a big hug. Think about the guys, right? Hudson Cedarland, Mackenzie Ali, right? Obviously Zevi Eckhouse. Again, that's what I love about these bowl games for these young men, like getting that opportunity, to get in the end zone when you haven't had that chance.
Leaving it all out there. Hudson Cedarland, redshirt junior, with the grab. 14-0 Cougs. More after this from Boise. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Back high above the blue turf here at Albertsons Stadium in Boise with Jessamine McIntyre down on the field, Chris King in the booth next to Alex Brinker, engineer Jerry Kylo. Cougs up 14-0 on Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Both touchdown receptions for the Cougs in this game. Mackenzie Allen, Hudson Cedarland, both guys having their first career touchdown catches. Cougs putting together an 8-play, 47-yard drive, took 3:58 off the clock, and now Ryan Harris on to kick it off back to Utah State. The Cougar defense has held the Aggies scoreless so far in this game, as it will be a touchback. And twice, Utah State has had the ball inside the red zone. Quick recap, Cougs came out throwing the ball all over the field, off to a hot start. Cougs missed a short 32-yard field goal. They got the 41-yard Mackenzie Allen touchdown reception. Things cooled off after that. Zevi Eckhouse threw interceptions on back-to-back possessions. Great field position both times for Utah State, and yet the Cougar defense held the Aggies without a point, and we saw the offense, Alex, break through once again right there.
Yeah, defense has been playing fantastic, and the offense stepped up in a big way. Again, that throw to Jeremiah Noga from Zevi Eckhouse kind of sparked it.
Here on 1st and 10, Bryson Barnes with the keeper. He's going to shake loose, breaks a couple of tackles, but this Washington State defense still flying all over the field. Matthew Durant makes the tackle. He had his first interception as a Coug earlier in this game.
Yeah, how about the embarrassment of riches? Obviously really disappointing and sad for Tucker Large that he goes out with an injury in this game, but you get to send in a veteran and Cale Reeder to play next to Matthew Durant. Now, again, a lot of talent on that back end for Washington State.
Demarius Russell comes into the game, so rotating in a lot of younger guys, especially a quarterback as well, yet everyone has kept that same high level of play. Here it is on 2nd and 4. It's a screen pass swatted down. Malaki Taase, he is a beast, the interior defensive lineman for the Cougs. He is all over the place. Gets his hand on the ball, deflects it. The incompletion makes it 3rd and 4, and I think maybe for a moment were you thinking that might be a backwards pass? You made that,
I think he was thinking it too. And, again, you talk about it, the defensive line and guys like Taase, just a really – we talked about defensive line coach Jalen Bibbs before and his ability to get these guys ready to play. And Taase, one of the transfers from New Mexico State, I mean, he's been a revelation this year.
On 3rd down, New Mexico 1 for 7. It's 3rd and 4. Barnes takes the snap. He's dropped. It's a sack. Buda Paletti, the teammate of Malaki Taase from New Mexico State, both going from Las Cruces to the Palouse. Back-to-back impact plays for those two longtime friends. A sack on 3rd down. The Aggies now 1 of 8 on 3rd down. The Cougar defense, they are jumping around on the sideline. They continue to deliver in this game. Cougs set to get the ball back, up 14-0, 3.5 minutes to go in the first half.
What a great rush by Paletti. Gets extended with those arms, drives the right tackle back into the lap of Bryson Barnes, and then finishes it off as Barnes steps through the pocket.
Landon Riccio, the punter, has been a busy man for Utah State today. Tony Freeman already one outstanding punt return. He awaits back at the 30, steps back at the Albertsons Stadium logo, falls down and makes the catch as he was tumbling backwards.
He kind of misjudged that one a little bit. Not really a lot of wind out there, but that looks like that ball kind of just hung up a little longer than Freeman was expecting. He had to take a step back and, like you said, fell down. He was lucky to catch that ball going down on the ground, honestly.
And he tumbles down at the 25. Cougs up 14-0, 3:15 left to go in the half. And it was Utah State who got the ball to begin this game. If you could expand your lead here, that would be an incredible thing to do before going into the locker room.
Yeah, it could be a big swing of events, getting that last score. Obviously, defense keeps getting stops. Get another one here going into half. And like you said, a lot of momentum, and you get the ball back.
First and 10 for the Cougs at their own 25. Zevi Eckhouse, 13 of 22 passing, 176 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Here the snap, looking to throw, finds Freeman, splits up the seam, and he's got the first down. So Freeman, who is such a weapon in the punt return game and also through the air, moves the sticks for the Cougs. Tempo for Washington State. Fresh set of downs at their own 37. Quick snap. Cougs screen pass, Josh Meredith able to split between 2 Aggie blue uniforms of those Utah State defenders, and he churns the legs forward for a gain of 3.
Yeah, actually pretty positive there. I thought that thing was going to get blown up for a loss or no gain. Meredith's able to stick his head down, get a few. On first down, Utah State had kind of their drop 8 look, 3 rushers, 8 droppers. Nice job by Zevi Eckhouse finding the open man in Tony Freeman, and then Freeman getting upfield for a first down on first down.
Cougs 190 yards in the first half. Utah State with just 50, 2:25 and ticking to go in the half. It is 2nd and 7 for Washington State. Eckhouse steps back. Now he's going to tuck. He's going to run up the middle near midfield. He's got the first down. Close to the right to midfield. He'll still be in Cougar territory at the 49, and Cougs still going with tempo here, up 14-0. Inching closer to the 2-minute mark of the half. Eckhouse a little bit of time as he will now have Woods come back into the backfield, and it will reach the 2-minute mark. So here we go. Cougar offense has been delivering in this game. That potent WSU offense, it's been different. You told us before the game, and that was the word kind of from the offensive coaching staff and offensive coordinator Danny Freund, that, hey, we're going to be throwing the ball more, and that was no joke.
Yeah, the shackles are off, so to speak, you know what I mean? And it's productive, you know, and when it's with the tempo and the ability to move fast and get the ball in space to playmakers, it puts a lot of pressure on a defense, and you're not one-dimensional in that aspect. And, I think it's been a good showing from the offense so far.
2 minutes to play in the first half. We'll take a break. Cougs up 14-0 on Utah State. Before we go to that timeout, we'll remind you that you can earn your bragging rights at Northern Quest with more slot machines, table games, restaurants, lounges, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone else in the region. Northern Quest, yes, the best. More at northernquest.com. Back after this, you're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
2 minutes to play in the first half here at the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Cougs up 14-0 on Utah State. Washington State with the ball at their own 49. Alex, Zevi Eckhouse has thrown already 2 touchdown passes in this game. One more, and he would be in some pretty unique company for a record that we haven't talked a lot about over the years.
Yeah, most touchdowns thrown in bowl games by a quarterback. Connor Holiday had 6 in one bowl game, the New Mexico Bowl. Zevi's got 5 through 2 bowls now with last year's Holiday Bowl and then this famous Idaho Potato Bowl.
It's interesting that Zevi, in just a few number of games he's played in his Cougar career, 2 of them have been those bowl games. Here it is on 1st and 10. Swing pass over to Maxwell Woods. Try to make one Aggie miss. Forward progress. I should say Leo Pulalasi actually gets 1 yard. And that clock will keep moving. And while the Cougs have the 14-0 lead and you want to grow the advantage, you also have been able to get a couple of first downs on this drive, so you're either going to probably severely limit Utah State from having much of a chance to answer back. Cougs will get the ball to start the second half on 2nd and 9. Eckhouse gets it out quick. It's Brandon Ganesh-Shamorthy with the catch. Extra effort. Does he have the first down? Ooh, he will. Kind of that extra step, slowing down in slow-mo.
Well, that's a credit to Ganesh-Shamorthy. As soon as he caught that ball, he knew right where the first down marker was. He ran a little hitch route. He catches the ball, and he gets right upfield, and he's able to step out of bounds and get that first down, stop the clock.
Right where that ball was marked. Again, it wasn't clear at first, but kind of slowing down, and then it was marked enough to give the Cougs the first down. Washington State, 2 timeouts. There was an injury earlier to Johnny Lester. They had to use one of those timeouts. But Cougs still in an advantageous spot here, trying to grow the 14-0 lead before the end of the half. 1:33 to go. 1st and 10 at the Aggie 41-yard line. Snap to Zevi, has a wide open man. It is Alene who can't quite make the catch. Threw it a little low for Alene, who had just his 2nd career reception, which was his 1st career touchdown, when the Cougs got that 41-yard strike to take the early 7-0 lead.
Yeah, we've seen a couple times where Zevi kind of gets his feet a little stuck in the mud, so to speak, and he's not able to – he's trying to get the ball out quick, but he's not getting his lower body into the throw, kind of relying on his arm. That one right there, a big short out route to the wide side of the field, throwing a little low for Alene.
Incompletion stops the clock with 1:29 to go. Cougs at the Utah State 41-yard line. On 2nd and 10, empty set. Eckhouse again gets it out quick. He finds Leon Neal Jr. Great to see him have a catch, his first of the day. Reception made at the 34-yard line. Clock is moving. Leon Neal Jr., 5th-year senior out of Garfield High School in Seattle, working on his MBA, had his first career touchdown on that catch against San Diego State earlier this year. 0 catches before the Idaho game this year. Now a timeout will be taken by the Cougs. Stop the clock with 1:08 to go. It's a 3rd and 3.
And Cougs are kind of at their best, right? When they're in that time, they're spread it out.
Washington State is called
you get Utah State in a rush 3 kind of drop 8 scenario. They try and they end up showing that and bringing blitz. But when you go empty formation and no backs, for a quarterback, it's really easy to see those pictures. It's really clean. And so Zevi saw the blitz the whole way. Leon Neal Jr. did what we call replace the blitzer, so he just stops his route right where those defenders had started. Zevi delivers it to him, good gain on 2nd down, and now you're in this 3rd and short, 3rd and short, and you're thinking you want to get the first down, obviously, but at least get a couple yards because you're probably going for it at this yardage and this point in the game, and trying to keep the pedal on the gas.
Utah State has all 3 timeouts. Interim coach for the Cougs, Jesse Bobbit, only with 1. Cougs with Adamola Filet in the game at tight end, and now Bronco Mendenhall will call a timeout. Well, chance to tease what's to come. So not only do we have this last minute and 8 seconds of the first half,
timeout of the half,
with Washington State leading 14-0 here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl on Utah State. Cougs looking for their first bowl victory since 2018. But also, we have our halftime report. Austin Samuels will have a full recap, a look at the stats, and a scoreboard update. But in the 3rd quarter, Kirby Moore, the brand new head coach of the Cougs, will be up in the booth joining us. Alex, I know you've had a chance to talk to him. He was at the event that we were all at the Tree Fort Music Hall in downtown Boise. That venue was packed full of Cougs, and he spoke to the crowd. I know the reception has been great to his hiring, and can't wait to talk to him during this game, during the 3rd quarter.
Fired up for it. Kirby Moore's I could not be a better fit for Washington State.
2 running backs in the game coming out of the timeout. It is out of the shotgun to the right of Eckhouse is Pulalasi. Out of the pistol, it is Johnson. Play fake. Eckhouse over the middle, has a man, passes, caught, and it is Mackenzie Alene, who entered today with 1 career reception. Well, here he comes through on a 3rd down conversion to move the sticks. He also had his first touchdown catch on a 41-yard reception. Cougs enter the Rose Hours red zone with 1:02 to go in the half.
Yeah, and Alene's the last guy in that progression for Zevi Eckhouse. He's trying to get a quick throw to Lechner, who gets chipped at the line of scrimmage. So then Eckhouse has to make a throw across his body, moving to his left. Big-time throw and catch in a pivotal moment on 3rd and short.
4 wide receivers, Jeremiah Noga, Josh Meredith in the slot to the left, Tony Freeman and Brandon Ganesh-Shamorthy out to the right. Angel Johnson in the game Yankee 18, quick pass.
Oh, yeah.
It's caught by Meredith, shakes one defender, lowers his shoulders, still going. He brought John Miller an extra yard with him. That was an ankle breaker by Josh Meredith, shy of the first down marker, 50 seconds and counting to go. It is 2nd and 2, all the way down at the Aggie 11.
That veteran receiver, Meredith set him up, knew to fake outside and then break inside on that catch and run.
Eckhouse quick pass. It's over to Meredith again. He is upended by D'Angelo Mays. He will not have the first down. And the clock continues to move. So Jesse Bobbit, interim head coach for the Cougs, not using the timeout here. 26 seconds, 25 seconds. It is 3rd and 1. Low snap, Zevi pump fake towards the end zone off the hand of Jeremiah Noga. And this sets up an interesting decision here. 20 seconds to go. It is 4th and 1. You're at the 10-yard line. And the offense is currently staying on the field. Alex, you could make it a 3-possession game. What do you think?
I like it. It's bowl game, be aggressive. It's too bad that last play, kind of a bad snap. Again, Kyle Martin down low, threw off the timing of that out route. Zevi had Noga and had to rush it because he had a hard time handling it.
Big moment in this game. If Utah State's able to rally, they will look back at this point. It seems like a stop would almost have to be part of it. 4th and 1 from the 10. Here's the snap. It's a handoff to Angel Johnson, and he's going to be stopped short. Interesting, on 4th and 1, you feed Angel Johnson, who has really struggled this year to be productive for the Cougs. And instead of going for a short field goal to make it a 3-score game going into halftime, the Cougs turn to the ground game, which they have aired it out way more than any other game this season, and they get stopped. So Utah State has something good to feel about heading into the locker room. Cougs up 14-0. 15 seconds left to go in the first half. Cougs will get the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, again, I don't mind the decision to go for it. I don't like the play call, though. I mean, you've been so productive throwing the football, getting Zevi Eckhouse out on the edge, using, again, kind of the QB run or the kind of zone read action. And that, to me, was just, you're kind of trying to square peg round hole that one, and Utah State gets a big stop.
Utah State will just take a knee, and that will send us to halftime. Jessamine McIntyre will grab interim head coach Jesse Bobbit when he's available. We'll keep it here until then. 14-0 Washington State. Austin Samuel's going to dive into these numbers and have a full recap coming up during our halftime report. But a little tease of what's to come. Cougs 242 yards of total offense. Utah State 50 yards of total offense. Your Washington State, maybe the only bummer is you feel like there was some meat on the bone where you could have had a much larger lead than 14-0.
We've reached the end of the first half.
Yeah, you certainly have. I mean, obviously, missed field goal on your first possession, and then, what's disappointing is you kind of bookend the half, right? Your first possession, you don't get points, and then your last possession, you don't get points. Both times you're down, in the tight red zone, and so, yes, if depending on how this game goes, we may be talking about that in the end. I think the thought process is Washington State's defense is playing so well. You get the ball at a half, you could really jump on them now.
And Jess is standing by with Jesse Bobbit. Take it away.
Coach, you got aggressive there at the end of the half. What went into that decision?
Yeah, believing in our guys that we can get it. Didn't happen that time, but trusting in our defense as well would have been a big one to maybe finish that and maybe try and put it away.
Well, you got a bagel up on the scoreboard right now on Utah State's side. When it comes to the offense, though, a healthy dose of the air game, more than we've seen this entire year. How have you felt Zevi has performed today?
Yeah, he's made some mistakes. That's part of football. He's responding. He's not getting his head down. His head is up, and he's commanding the group, and he's leading the guys down the field.
All right, what more do you want in the second half?
Keep doing what we're doing, make smart decisions on offense, defense, need to keep doing what we're doing, and I look forward to finishing this thing off the right way.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. All right. There you go. Pretty frank. I haven't had the opportunity to interview Coach Bobbit very much at halftime or ever at halftime, actually, because this is the first time he is commanding the ship here. But really good to hear, and keep doing what we're doing is an indication that they're doing things right.
Well, thank you, Jess. And one note to send us into halftime. Zevi Eckhouse, 232 passing yards, second most this season, just behind 279 in the Apple Cup. So that will send us to our halftime report. We are here in Boise for the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Cougs up 14-0 on Utah State at the break. Our coverage rolls on after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hey fans, how are those fries treating you? How about some cheesy nachos and a beer later on? All of these amazing treats are brought to you by farmers right here in Washington. In fact, Washington farmers raise more than 300 different crops that keep our fridges full, even when you're on a budget. Whether you shop at a box store or a local farmer's market, you can find Washington-grown food everywhere. Visit wagrown.com for more about the food we eat and the farmers who grow it.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play. 30 minutes are in the books. Coming up, a first half recap, a look at the stats, plus scores from across college football. Now, it's time for the halftime report on the Cougars Sports Network.
Washington State leading Utah State 14-0 in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, the sixth all-time meeting between WSU and USU. Austin Samuels with you here for the halftime report, and let's dive right into the first half recap. Utah State took the opening kickoff, and the Cougs defense came out strong in this game. They stood tall, forcing a quick 3-and-out. Washington State took their opening drive, 10 plays, 51 yards, all pass plays from Washington State. Deep into Aggie territory, unfortunately for the Cougs, Jack Stevens missed a 32-yard field goal wide right to keep us scoreless for the moment midway through the first quarter. But the Cougs would force another 3-and-out. WSU would drive into Aggie territory, and facing a 3rd down and 11, the Cougs got a conversion in a big way.
Angel Johnson in the game. Snap back, play action. Pressure comes. Zevi heaves it up, has a man up the seam. It is caught. Allen off to the races. Touchdown, Washington State. A 42-yard strike on 3rd and 11. Mackenzie Allen, his second career catch, his first career touchdown, and the Cougs draw first blood here on the blue turf in Boise.
Eckhouse to Mackenzie Allen. The PAT was good. Washington State with a 7-0 lead. That was with 7:08 to play in the first quarter. A 4-play, 56-yard drive that took just over 90 seconds for Washington State to get into the end zone. The Cougs would force another punt, but backed up deep in their own territory. Zevi Eckhouse threw his 10th INT of the year to Ike Larson for Utah State, who returned it deep into WSU territory to the 13-yard line. But the Cougs defense stiffened once more, holding Utah State to a 30-yard field goal attempt, which Tanner Rinker for the Aggies missed wide to the left. The Cougs, unfortunately, couldn't capitalize back the other way. Zevi Eckhouse threw another interception, his second of the day. Dylan Tucker with the pick for Utah State set them up at the Washington State 28-yard line. But the Cougs would make a big defensive play of their own, still leading 7-0. They would get an interception in the end zone. Matt Durrance with his first pick of the year in his final collegiate game. In the end zone, picked off quarterback Bryson Barnes for Utah State. That was the end of an eventful first quarter. Washington State leading 7-0 at the end of one. Early in the second quarter, both teams would sort of trade field position and punts back and forth before Washington State got a spark from Tony Freeman with a 29-yard punt return to set WSU up with great field position inside of Utah State territory, and the Cougs would capitalize. Thanks to a couple of big 3rd and long conversions, WSU would march down the field to the Utah State 1-yard line before this play.
Cougs have it, second and goal from the 1. Johnson, the running back, out of the shotgun. Eckhouse takes the ball, has him wide open, man. Hudson Cedarland with the touchdown. Hudson Cedarland, the tight end, the first touchdown of his career. He was a linebacker for Washington State at this time last season. Comes through and makes the grab. 1-yard toss. Eckhouse, Cedarland, Cougs grow the lead. 13-0 Washington State. 4:43 to go, first half.
The PAT would be good from Jack Stevens as well. 14-0 Washington State. That was the first touchdown catch of Hudson Cedarland's career, and WSU led 14-0. 4:43 to play in the first half. That was an 8-play drive, 47 yards, took 3:58 off the clock. But the Cougs weren't done. Late in the first half, Washington State marched down the field in the 2-minute drill all the way down to the Utah State 11-yard line before failing to convert on a 4th and 1. That would bring us to the end of the first half. Washington State leading Utah State 14-0. The Cougs looking to win their first bowl game since 2018. Also, the Cougs will get the football to start the second half. When we come back, we'll take a brief look at some scores around college football and dive into the first half numbers in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud.
It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the LSNS Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Time now to check scores from across college football. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
Washington State leading Utah State 14-0 here at the halftime break in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Austin Samuels with you to check some scores. And, well, this game going on right now is the only college football game that's live today. There will be 3 more bowl games coming up to tomorrow. So with that said, let's dive right into the team stats from this first half. Again, Washington State leading 14-0. They will get the football to start the second half. And it was pretty much domination from Washington State in this first half. 242 yards of total offense for the Cougs. They got 10 yards on the ground, 232 through the air. A big first half for quarterback Zevi Eckhouse. For Utah State, just 49 yards of total offense, 27 on the ground for them, and just 22 yards through the air. Third down conversions were huge in this first half. Washington State 6 for 11 on third downs. Meanwhile, Utah State 1 for 8 in that first half. The Cougs and the Aggies both with 2 sacks apiece defensively, and there were 3 turnovers in this first half. Washington State turned it over twice, 2 Zevi Eckhouse interceptions, but the Cougs got a takeaway of their own. Matt Durant's picked off Bryson Barnes, the quarterback for Utah State. Washington State with a 14-0 lead over Utah State. Again, the Cougs will get the ball to start the second half. When we come back, we'll take a look at the individual player stats from the first half. Again, the Cougs up 14-0 in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
If you use natural gas, you recognize its blue flame. But natural gas is actually invisible and odorless. That's why Avista adds a rotten egg scent, in case there's ever a leak. If you smell natural gas at home, get outside fast. Don't flip switches or do anything to cause a spark. Go somewhere safe. Call 911. Then Avista. We'll take care of the problem and tell you when it's okay to return. Till then, it's a good excuse to visit the neighbors. Avista. We just want you to be safe.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
Cougs up 14-0 on Utah State here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Austin Samuels with you for one final segment in the halftime report. Taking a look at the individual stats from the first half. Well, for Zevi Eckhouse, a solid first half in his final collegiate game. He goes 21 for 32 in the first half. Cougs really slinging it through the air in the first half. 232 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks for Zevi Eckhouse. Washington State didn't get much going on the ground in the first half. 14 carries, 10 yards as a team. A couple of sacks made that number look a little bit worse for Washington State. Leo Puolasi, 2 carries, 5 yards. Maxwell Woods, 2 carries, 5 yards for the Cougs. Lots of different players getting in on the receiving effort for Washington State. 9 different players with receptions in the first half. Josh Meredith led the way, 7 catches, 64 yards for him. Mackenzie Aline, 2 catches, 56 yards, and that deep ball touchdown reception in the first quarter, his first ever touchdown catch of his career. Jeremiah Noga, 2 catches, 39 yards. Maxwell Woods out of the backfield, 3 catches, 35 yards. Tony Freeman, 2 for 15. Brandon Ganasha-Murthy, 2 catches, 14 yards. And, of course, Hudson Cedarland, 1 catch, 1 yard, and his first career touchdown also. Meanwhile, for Utah State, a rough first half for Bryson Barnes. Their prolific quarterback goes just 3 for 12 passing the football, 22 yards through the air, no touchdowns, and an interception for him. Utah State's leading rusher is Javen Jacobs, 2 carries for 19 yards at the break. Brady Boyd leads them in catches, 1 catch for 17 yards. Again, Utah State completed just 3 passes in that first half. Again, the Cougs up 14-0. They're looking to win their first bowl game since 2018. Again, the Cougs will get the football to start the second half. When we come back, we'll send it back to Albertsons Stadium. Chris, Sprink, and Jess will take it away for second half action in Boise. Washington State up 14-0. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Statistically speaking, your New Year's resolution will take a backseat sooner than later. Just make sure that seat's leather trimmed and German engineered. Introducing Northern Quest's $115,000 New Year New Benz giveaway. Play daily with your Camus Rewards card to enter, and on January 1st, you could win a brand new Mercedes. You know, so you can drive past the gym in style. The New Year New Benz giveaway, only at Northern Quest. Grand prize drawing January 1st.
This is Carrie Bice, co-owner of Allegra Image 360 on Main Street in Moscow, the one-stop shop for all your printing, signage, and marketing needs. Whether your business needs special signage for Christmas shopping, or you need help creating a truly fridge-worthy greeting card, your friends at Allegra are here to help during the hectic holiday season. Stop by our Moscow office and see how our team at Allegra can help deck your halls.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
On game day, Pullman heads to the Lumberyard Food Hall. Enjoy burgers and drinks from Timber, island favorites from Island Grill, and bold Colombian flavors from Mi Rinconcito Colombiano. And when the sun goes down, dancing every Friday and Saturday night, 18 and older after 10 p.m. There's something for everyone at the Lumberyard Food Hall in downtown Pullman.
We're back high above the blue turf at Albertsons Stadium, and what has turned out to be a really pleasant day here in what they call the City of Trees. We're down in the Treasure Valley. The Cougs, the first time ever, playing in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. As we get set to start the second half, our score, Washington State 14, Utah State nothing. Again, the whole crew here on the sidelines. Jessamine McIntyre up in the booth, Chris King next to Alex Sprink, Jerry Kylo, our engineer. And again, we're doing a special booth live stream throughout the day. Jared Pringruber making it all happen. It's the WSU Cougars YouTube page, so if you go on YouTube, you can watch the live stream of us here in the booth. And Alex, we've had plenty to cheer for in what has been a 51-degree day. Mostly, I would say mostly sunny, some clouds, but nothing threatening. And with that, Alex, we'll go to your second half keys to the game, which are brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. Strong half for the Cougs. What's it going to take to keep that momentum carrying forward into the second half?
I mean, I got to kind of echo Jesse Bobbit is that don't change a thing. I mean, defensively, they're flying around, really disciplined. Again, I talked about first half keys, having great eyes, make sure they're tackling in space. So far, they've done that. You know Utah State's going to find a way to try and loosen up this Cougar defense. I would expect some trick plays, something a little extra, possibly maybe a double pass, something like that, flea flicker. Got to be ready for those sort of things. If you're the Washington State defense, offensively, let it fly, man. Keep letting it fly. 232 first half passing yards for Zevi Eckhouse. Couple mistakes. Again, a lot of that was due to some long down situations. But to me, Washington State right now is at their best when they're spreading the ball out. They're throwing the ball outside the numbers, pushing it vertical, letting Zevi do his thing, a little bit of quarterback run, keep this thing spread out. Zevi's trending towards a season high in pass yards, nearly got it just in the first half, and so I love what I'm seeing from that pass game.
Some of the storylines in this one for Washington State. We saw an unfortunate injury during the first half. Tucker Large, the standout safety for WSU, and as Jess told us, indications are it didn't look good that he would be able to return in this game. 25 seniors, Tucker Large, one of them, trying to wrap up their college careers with a victory. 7 of those seniors spending their entire college careers at WSU. Brock Dew, Christian Hilborn, Josh Meredith, Leon Neal Jr., Leighton Smithson, and Ram Stevenson. Brock Dew not able to play in this game because of that injury that happened, would have been 2 games ago before the Oregon State game. And then for Washington State as well, you've got some guys who are hurt, and yet it's been next man up as it's been throughout the season. Parker McKenna, your leading tackler, hurt. We've seen other guys step up at the linebacker's position, specifically Gavin Barthiel. And in the secondary, you're without Kenny Worthy III. You're also without Colby Humphrey, who's injured. And yet we've seen those young guys stepping forward, Trillian Sorrell and Jamari Smith, who have Potato Bowl. Cougs looking for their first bowl win since 2018. Utah State kicking off. This will be brought back by Washington State. It is Leighton Smithson as a flag gets thrown from behind Utah State as they kicked it off. Smithson, one of those seniors we talked about, has it at the 25-yard line. And Interesting here that there is an irate member of the coaching staff for Washington State. So pretty clearly, I think it's Ron Pavlik who helps out with special teams.
Yeah, he felt like there's going to be a holding penalty. He did not feel like his unit committed the infraction, but the Zebras feel differently.
And if anyone was going to question kind of that unity, that spirit of Washington State for the second straight year going into a game after a coaching change for the bowl game, it is a holding penalty on Demarius Russell, safety, a freshman who we've seen play as well in the secondary for Washington State. This team has been out there, and it looks like they haven't missed a beat despite the departure of Jimmy Rogers. Now there is still a full half of football to go, but the Cougs will get the ball. Not great field position. It will be 1st and 10 at their own 15, up 14-0. Made that decision at the 10-yard line to go for it on 4th and 1. They were denied instead of kicking the field goal. So a 14-point lead on 1st and 10. It's a handoff to Maxwell Woods. He has some room, and he is almost up in it. He's still going to the 40, to midfield. Still up on his feet and finally brought out of bounds. It's Brevin Hamlin, longest run of Maxwell Woods' Washington State career. From the 15-yard line, he ends up getting a gain of 48.
What great contact balance from Maxwell Woods, man. He got through that line of scrimmage, took a hit in the secondary, put his right hand down, able to stay up and keep going for a huge first down run.
Tempo again for Washington State. Cougs, after that big run there, all the way at the Aggie 37-yard line is where he gets marked down. Snap back to Zevi. Drops back. Now he could step up and run if he wants to. Hesitated. He'll still get a positive gain as Zevi goes into the arms of John Miller from Tualatin High School, the Oregon native, transferred from Oregon State. Second in the Mountain West in sacks this year. That hasn't been as much of a factor for Zevi Eckhouse in this game, though we have seen turnovers. Zevi has thrown 2 picks, and Bryson Barnes for Utah State has thrown 1.
John Miller's a good player for Utah State. Known that young man since he was an 8th grader, part of our program in Portland, E-Force. Happy to see him finish out his career strong here at Utah State after some time at Oregon State.
Zevi credited with a gain of 3. Cougs up 14-0. Opening drive of the second half. It's 2nd and 7. Here's a handoff to Angel Johnson. He shot out like a cannon into the red zone. Still going. Johnson ripped down at the 11-yard line. Well, we saw the Cougs throw the ball exclusively on the opening drive of the game. First 9 plays, all passes for Washington State. Now they lean on the rushing attack here in the second half, and 2 explosive runs. One for Angel Johnson there as he makes it all the way down to the 10-yard line, and then that gain for Maxwell Woods as well.
Yeah, really good job by Danny Freund kind of switching it up. He sees Utah State go to a 3-down lineman set, trying to stop the pass. Immediately goes to a couple outside zone plays by Maxwell Woods and Angel Johnson. Both big runs on this drive.
Johnson a gain of 24. Woods officially a gain of 48. 1st and goal from the 10. Back to the ground. No, it's going to be Zevi who keeps it for himself. He will tuck, try to run. Has a lane tiptoeing near sideline. Does he go out of bounds? Oh, he is ruled out of bounds at the 4. Left his feet suspended in the air and hit the pylon, but looked like he had that cleat touch that near sideline as he goes out of bounds. Alex, you're watching the replay. Did it look like he go out of bounds?
Yeah, I think kind of he caught the white. I just thought it was an interesting. Yeah, he did. It was an interesting play because I don't know. I think Zevi maybe was supposed to hand that ball off because typically when he keeps it, there should be a receiver out there for him to throw to, and he really didn't have an option. It was just guys blocking.
Out of the pistol, Maxwell Woods in the game as the running back. Cougs opening drive of the second half, looking to grow the 14-0 lead on Utah State here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 2nd goal from the 4. Back to the ground. It's Maxwell Woods. No, it is Eckhouse on the keeper. It's a loss of 2. Alex, we saw the Cougs throwing the ball left and right, and here it has been a lot on the ground, and even on 1st and goal from the 10, it's a handoff to Woods on that 2nd and goal play.
Yeah, he should have handed it off there, and Zevi kept it. He should have handed it off. If he had, Wood probably would have walked in the end zone, kind of cut it backside. That's one of those kind of design. You're trying to read that end. QB has a chance to keep it if they want to. I think Zevi made the wrong decision in that scenario.
3rd and goal from the 6. Can the Cougs hit pay dirt once more? Trying to expand a 14-point lead. Jeremiah Noga split out wide to the right. Hudson Cedarland, one of 2 tight ends in the game. He had the last touchdown. The snap to Zevi. Sprints out over to his left, sets his feet. Now rolling out over to his right. Scrambling, trying to stiff arm a defender, and he'll throw it up in the air, and it is incomplete. So the Cougs had it 1st and goal from the 10. They're denied the end zone by this Utah State defense. And from the exact same spot almost where Washington State elected to go for it on 4th and 1, at the end of the half here it is 4th and goal from the 6. They will send out Jack Stevens for a field goal attempt. Stevens entered today 14 of 16 on field goal attempts this year, but he missed a 32-yarder to begin the game. This will be a 26-yard attempt for Stevens. Not quite in the middle, a hair closer to the right hash, but not all the way over to one hash or the other. Colton Peoples a long snapper. Here's the snap, the Harris hold, the kick is up, and it is good. So the Cougs able to get points on the opening drive of the second half. It's now a 3-possession lead for Washington State. 11:25 to play third quarter here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State up on Utah State 17-0.
Yeah, you like the Cougs getting points there out of half, right? Especially after not getting anything on the back end of the first half, and so good decision, kick the field goal. Like you said, a little more dose of the running game on that drive, but still productive overall. I think that keeps that Utah State defense guessing.
7 plays, 79 yards. That started all the way back on the 15, 3:28 coming off the clock. That run that helped to set it up from Maxwell Woods got the Cougs into Aggie territory, officially the longest of the career for Maxwell Woods. Well, we've got a timeout on the field. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
If we know anything about Cougs fans, it's that a win isn't all you're hungry for on game day. So Northern Quest has a full lineup of restaurants and lounges ready to face any appetite. Cheer on your Cougs with craft beer and cocktails in front of Epic's 10 by 30-foot screen. Grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, or tackle a burger at Fat Burger, before it tackles you. Full menus at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
This is Carrie Bice, co-owner of Allegra Image 360 on Main Street in Moscow, the one-stop shop for all your printing, signage, and marketing needs. Whether your business needs special signage for Christmas shopping, or you need help creating a truly fridge-worthy greeting card, your friends at Allegra are here to help during the hectic holiday season. Stop by our Moscow office and see how our team at Allegra can help deck your halls.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Cougs grow the lead. Opening drive of the second half ends in a Jack Stevens field goal. Washington State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl up 17-0. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Cougar football on the Cougar Sports Network. Let's go down to the field. Jessamine McIntyre, you've got an update on Tucker Large, who we saw leave the game hurt in the first half?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and judging by the emotion that he expressed when he left the game and went to the locker room to get imaging done, yes, he is out for the game. Lower body injury. We're not getting into specifics here, but his career as a Coug, unfortunately, comes to an end today.
An FCS All-American at South Dakota State. Jimmy Rogers described him during the year as one of the most competitive players he's ever been around, and came in and had an instant impact here at WSU. And unfortunate to see his career end this way, and not being able to be out there on the field in what is his final college game, but hoping a speedy recovery for him, a player who's been awfully fun to watch in his one season at WSU. Here's the kickoff after the field goal. It will be returnable. Not a ton of room, though, for Javen Jacobs, and he actually cuts it back near side, has some space. Ryan Harris trying to chase him down, almost makes the open field tackle for the kicker, and is able to at least redirect his angle to get out of bounds. Seemed like he was dead to rights for a moment, and it will give strong field position to Utah State. We'll see where this officially gets marked out of bounds. At the 34 is where the Aggies offense will begin. And Alex, that leads me into my question to you. You know, we're thinking about this from the WSU point of view. For Utah State, if you're an Aggie fan, Bryson Barnes 3 of 12 passing right now, 1 interception. This is an offense that has not had a lot of spark here today.
I mean, just for context, Chris. Averaging almost 32 points per game. That's second in the Mountain West. Top 40 in the country, right? Very productive rushing and passing. They've done absolutely nothing today.
Here's the snap, play action. First drive of the second half for the Aggies. They're looking to air it out, and that is out of the reach of Kahanu Davis. Far sideline. Davis sort of planted his feet, then had to sprawl towards the sideline for a chance, but Barnes puts it out of his reach.
I mean, this Cougar defense, not only are they athletic, they're incredibly disciplined. Utah State's trying to go big play action pass, run what we call a drop out to the sideline, which oftentimes is open because defenders just kind of give up after 15 or 20 yards. But Kahanu Davis, as he goes away, he's got 2 defenders around him, including Caleb Fransel. Nothing there.
On 2nd and 10 from the 34, it's a handoff straight up the gut. Miles Davis falls forward to the 39-yard line, got half of what was needed. So a 3rd and 5 coming up for Utah State. The Aggies 1 of 8 on 3rd down in this game.
I want to quickly go back to your point about Tucker Large, right? Obviously disappointed for him, but, here's a guy that only played 1 year in the Crimson and Gray, but he truly embodies what Washington State and the spirit of this place is all about. His toughness, his physicality, his can-do attitude. So, much love for Tucker Large, and certainly wish him the best as he moves forward after this game.
Cougar defense looking for another stop. Pressure comes, 3rd and 5. Barnes looking to pass, and it's Gavin Bartheo with the sack. The second time Cougs started out at WSU, went to Utah State, was out of football. Defensive coordinator Jesse Bobbit helped to bring him back in the fold at WSU because they were both together. Their first stint in Pullman has the sack on 3rd down, and he absolutely swallows up his former Aggie teammate Bryson Barnes. How about that?
0 for Washington State is reporting into the game as number 48.
You got to give a little shout out. Pete Minich calling the defensive plays right there. Sends the house on 3rd down that allows Bartheel to get home for the big sack on Bryson Barnes.
A loss of 7 in Central Valley High School product land. Enrico's been busy on the punt again. A low line drive kick. Tony Freeman has to go east to west. He'll watch it bounce. It takes a Utah State roll and ultimately dies down inside the 20. How about this? The first half, you were wondering whether that momentum would carry over to the second half. Cougs went in the locker room up 14-0, dominating the total yardage in this game. Here in the second half, Cougs marched down the field, had it 1st and goal, have to settle for a field goal, and then it's Washington State's defense forcing another 3-and-out. That total yardage breakdown right now, 321 total yards for the Cougs, 47 total yards for Utah State. Here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, it is Washington State 17, Utah State nothing, 9:42 to play, 3rd quarter. More from Boise after this. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Cougs, to lead in the new Pac-12, we have to attack this together. Name, image, and likeness, NIL, is essential. It's how our programs recruit, retain, and elevate our student athletes who don the crimson and gray. And now, you can directly support WSU NIL through our Cougar Athletic Fund. A tax-deductible gift to our Sport Excellence Funds powers WSU's NIL efforts, all in one place. Visit WSUCougars.com and select NIL in the drop-down menu to learn more. Go Cougs!
Hey fans, how are those fries treating you? How about some cheesy nachos and a beer later on? All of these amazing treats are brought to you by farmers right here in Washington. In fact, Washington farmers raise more than 300 different crops that keep our fridges full, even when you're on a budget. Whether you shop at a box store or a local farmer's market, you can find Washington-grown food everywhere. Visit wagrown.com for more about the food we eat and the farmers who grow it.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
We are back here at Albertsons Stadium in Boise, 9:42 to play, 3rd quarter. Cougs up 17-0 on Utah State, and we are fired up to be joined in the booth by the new head coach of the Cougs, Kirby Moore. What is this like right now? You are at the spot where you play college football. You're watching the program that you're taking over right now, and the team is doing outstanding, up 17-0.
Awesome start for the guys. This whole week's been surreal. We were in Columbia, Missouri last Sunday, flying to Pullman, press conference, meeting with players, building a staff. ironically, the bowl game here being in Boise with those experiences. My wife went to school here as well. The hotel the team's staying at, we stayed at when we got married. This whole week's been first class.
I mean, what about the football, man? Like, I mean, at heart, right, you got to come out here. You watch them compete in practice and get ready for it, and then to see the team come out with all the things going on around them and have a 17-point lead here in the early third quarter.
Yeah, really a testament to the culture here.
Yeah.
And the players have built the culture, right? I want to keep as much continuity here as I can. Understanding there is going to be a little bit of change, and we're working on that. The big thing for me with our guys right now is building trust. And when I talk about trust, right, it's an investment on my part. And, you know, them believing in my character when I say something, I'm going to do it, and my football competence that I can help them reach their goals.
And here it is, the Cougar offense taking over, 1st and 10 for the 18. Another handoff to Maxwell Woods. On the prior drive, had the longest run of his college career, a 48-yarder, and Woods breaks off another big one. How about a 20-yard carry for Maxwell Woods right there? So the Cougar offense has been humming in this game. Again, over 300 yards of total offense. Utah State just 47 yards of total offense. Washington State with it 1st and 10 at the 38.
Coach, you and I have talked a little bit before as you kind of got into this about the offense and your mix of throwing it and running it, being able to be multiple, and how that plays out. How do you see that, you know, as you get into this for Washington State?
They're doing a lot of it right now,
Yeah, right?
So for me, right, it's throwing to score. Right here, we got a run to win. We got to make sure.
Middle.
Great throw.
Tony Freeman with the catch in traffic. Cougs get it into Aggie territory to the 44-yard line, and flags thrown after. Looks like this could be tacked on as the Cougs. Looks like Freeman, what did you see there, Alex? Took a hit a little high?
Yeah, a little high, kind of back shoulder ball. He's making a play, running a deep cross across the field. Again, that's where that running game plays into it, right? Play action pass now. You're able to get the linebackers up and throw that ball over the top, and Freeman makes a really nice play and absorbs the hit. It's going to be a big play for the Cougs.
First defense is here.
Our ref mic kind of going in and out of what they have on the field, so didn't get the number of who that was on for Utah State, but that ball already going to be down at the 44, and it's going to be looked at as well. And 9 minutes to play here, third quarter, up 17-0. And here we are, and Kirby, I know the WSU culture, the Cougar culture, you're no stranger to that. But looking in this crowd, I know people with the Potato Bowl fired up about the Cougar turnout. Jess told us before on the field she thought it was kind of 70-30 Cougar fans. You can feel that WSU presence, and we were all there last night at the reception with that great turnout of Coug fans.
Yeah, I felt it since getting off the plane, right? And the press conference, and obviously me being from Prosser, a ton of local support there as well, traveling to the bowl, meeting parents, alumni. Last night, the turnout here being unbelievable, and looking forward to again, continuing that support here, building into the 26th season.
Talk about building trust with the players, and, you know, this day and age with NIL and player movement, transfer portal, all the things, right? It feels like that's the premium, right? Like that's the delta to be had because, you know, the money, it comes and goes. There's always
After
that.
review, defensive player number 18 forcibly contacted the head of the receiver with his forearm. Therefore, the ruling on the field of targeting is upheld. Number 18 has been disqualified.
And that is a big loss for Utah State. Ike Larson earned Mountain West Conference honors for the third time in his career this season. He actually started for Utah State the last time that they were in the Potato Bowl back in 2023. He is a senior, so one of the most impactful players for the Utah State defense. His day is done with that targeting penalty tacked on. Cougs have it at the 29-yard line of Utah State. Here we are. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State up 17-0. We are thrilled to be joined in the booth by new Cougar head coach Kirby Moore. Chris King here with Alex Brink, and the Cougar offense continuing to do what we've seen really throughout this day. And to start the second half, they are moving the ball. So it's 1st and 10 for Washington State. After that targeting call was reviewed and upheld, Cougs go play action. Zevi over the middle, finds his tight end. It is Trey Lechner, the Snohomish native, finally ripped down, but he gets to the 10-yard line. 19-yard pickup there. Lechner a little slow to get up.
Officials timeout on the field for an offensive injury prior to the ball being spotted.
Good eyes by Lechner, kind of sliding back inside. They're running play action passes. Zevi's trying to get to the outside.
Set the game clock to 8 minutes and 44 seconds. 8-4-4.
Utah State overplays it, and Zevi gets back inside to his tight end and makes a nice play downfield.
Thank you.
And he does pop up. That is good to see for Trey Lechner. Lechner this season, his 3 receiving touchdowns by a tight end, third most, tied for the third most receiving touchdowns by a tight end in Cougar history. Again, we're here with Kirby Moore, and Coach, I know you have been so busy. I don't think you've had a spare second in your day. How has it been? Because, maybe Coug fans haven't heard the names of staff members yet, but they know that you have been working hard and building this thing where it comes to talking to players and getting your staff put together.
Yeah, everything's very fluid right now. I told you, first emphasis was on the players and then building a staff that's going to connect and embrace the Northwest and make sure that's from a relationship standpoint and a recruiting standpoint.
Cougs have it, 1st and goal. From the 10-yard line, Angel Johnson in at running back. The snap, the give to Angel Johnson. That extra cut back to the inside. Not a ton there. Falls forward to the 8. It will now be 2nd and goal from the 8 for Washington State.
Coach, when you meet with the players, what's the message to them as you sit down and connect with them?
Yeah, first I want to have an overview of it's their program. And, hey, what are the things you really like? What are the things you think we can improve? And I want to make sure I'm taking that into consideration. How have you been coached here? And just an understanding of the lay of the land from a program standpoint.
7 minutes, 50 seconds in counting to go, 3rd quarter. Cougs looking for their first bowl win since 2018. Up 17-0 here on Utah State. A chance to grow the lead. 2nd goal from the 8. Snap back to Zevi. Heaves it up in the air. Tony Freeman the target. One-hand catch. Does he haul it in? He does. Tony Freeman, 8-yard touchdown reception. One for the highlight reels. Let's see the officiating crew talking. Now they're still discussing it. The band is playing. Will this be a touchdown or not?
He's got it. One of them has it. Yep.
There we go. Touchdown signaled. How about that? We got Kirby Moore clapping up here in the booth.
The ruling on the field
Let's
is a touchdown. The ruling on the field of a touchdown is under further review.
So it's going to be under review, but Tony Freeman, 2nd-year Coug. And, Alex, you saw a replay and you're wincing a little bit.
Yeah, I think he tried to bring it in one hand, left hand into his body, and it got trapped against his leg and then I think made contact with the ground. Cougs trying to run a little smash, double under play. Tony Freeman's running the corner route, had a chance at it. A little more air under that football, probably lets him run underneath it. Really, really close.
Freeman popping with those cleats. Cougs looking sharp. White pants, white tops, crimson numbers, white helmets, crimson Cougar head logo, and he's got the highlighter green cleats with the highlighter orange laces.
Well, that's the Christmas, the Grinch. Those are the Grinch cleats. The Grinch cleats, yeah. Christmas themed is what they call them.
So if it does stand and this is a touchdown, it's 23-0 Washington State, point after pending. If not, it will be 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. How has it been, learning the WSU personnel? Obviously, you have been just immersed in everything Missouri, and then you take this job, or you're gearing up to talk about this job, interview for this job. You're learning about the personnel who's
here. After review,
here.
the receiver never maintained control of the ball prior to contacting the ground. Therefore, the ruling is an incomplete pass.
All right, here we go. We're bouncing back. Here we go.
So it'll be 3rd and goal from the 8.
That's what you're saying in the headset. If you were calling the play, we're fine. Bounce back here.
Let's go. Set back, come back.
What do you like on 3rd and 8 here?
Potential for pressure, right? So got to make sure in terms of the quarterback has some awareness here if he's got to check it from a protection standpoint. Make sure the ball gets in the end zone.
Yeah.
Cougs, Leon Neal Jr., Josh Meredith, and Jeremiah Noga in at wide receiver. Angel Johnson, the running back to the right of Zevi Eckhouse. 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. Snap back to Zevi. There is that pressure. Back pedals, heaves it up, looking for Meredith, overthrows his intended target. And it will be an incompletion. Washington State getting it to the 10-yard line. Each of these 2 drives to begin the second half. But both times the Cougs will have to settle for a field goal attempt. Up 17-0. Jack Stevens coming out for another short field goal attempt.
Yeah, Meredith came in motion left to right. They're trying to work him on a back end line. A deep cross going across the field, first read, and then trying to hit Meredith. Just got to drive it high on the back end line. Zevi let that one sail just a little bit.
Stevens' first of the second half was a 26-yarder he made. This will be a 25-yarder from the far left hash. Harris, the holder, waits the snap. Here's the snap. The hold is down. Stevens drills it through. It is good. 25-yard field goal, and the Cougs take the 20-0 lead here on Utah State. Kirby, do we have you for a little bit more?
Oh, yeah. I'm here. Let's go.
Okay, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with Kirby Moore. After this, Washington State up 20-0 on Utah State. 3rd quarter here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 7:31 to go. We're here with the new coach of the Cougs, Kirby Moore. How great is this? We'll continue with our coverage after this break. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
When putting in a tree or fence post, we all hate it when our shovel hits a big rock. But there are worse things to come across, like a natural gas or electric line. Nowadays, buried utilities are everywhere, some just below the surface. That's why it's the law to call 811 before you dig, to have your lines marked ahead of time. It's free for Avista residential customers. So call 811 2 business days before you dig. You need time to pick out that perfect shrub anyway. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit adamstractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Toyotathon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get $3,000 customer cash on new 26 Tundras. Or get 2.99 APR financing plus $1,000 TFS APR cash. With approved credit through TFS, excludes TRD Pro. APR cash must be applied to deal. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Back in Boise, high above the blue turf, Washington State up 20-0 on Utah State. What a special opportunity we have here up in the booth. Chris King not only joined by Alex Brink, but the brand new coach of the Cougs, Kirby Moore, here in the booth with us, getting a second segment with him. Want to pass along one note as the Cougs up 20-0 on Utah State. Both possessions for Washington State on offense to begin the second half, ending in short field goals. Just getting word that this is the largest attendance for the famous Idaho Potato Bowl since 2018. So a good example of what the Cougs can bring, how well WSU fans travel.
Yeah, I think there was little doubt that would happen. But then, obviously to see it in practice is fun to, we can't even see the big Coug section down behind the bench, but Jess said it's, it's full to the brim. So, Coug faithful doing their part for sure.
You talked about it in your press conference, Kirby, about growing up, being around WSU, going to spring practice. What was that ballpark number of Coug games that you went to growing up?
It was definitely in the double digits. It was, my dad being a high school head football coach, that was our spring breaks. It was going to Cougar football practice, Mike Price, Bill Doba. You'd hear Rob Akey across the field. And, just incredible seeing those guys winning Rose Bowls.
It's so funny to think back, like some of the people you and I both know and had experience with, you know what I mean? Like it's informative years of our playing days, you know what
100%.
I mean?
Kickoff from Ryan Harris, returnable for Javen Jacobs, finally gets upended at the 30-yard line. Anthony Polano helping out. Demarius Russell, a name we've been saying a good amount as a true freshman. And Kirby, I know you're kind of parachuting in now, but it's really been next man up for the Cougs this year on both sides of the ball. That's been the case today. Some injuries, and boy, those guys haven't missed a beat who have had to step up and take on a bigger role.
A lot of depth, right? That's what's showing up here. A lot of number of positions, a lot of really good young players, right? And again, that's right now for me, it's about keeping continuity here at Washington State.
Sure.
Aggies have not been able to get much going on offense. Bryson Barnes, 3 of 13, 22 yards passing. They go to the ground. Immediately a flag is thrown. Nothing there. Stonewalled at the line of scrimmage. Anthony Polano with the tackle. It is Miles Davis, the ball carrier. A gain of 1 as it stands now, but we'll wait to get word on what the flag is for. What's it like? I mean, this has to be strange, right? You have a headset on, so maybe that's normal, but you're not used to talking to myself and Alex. You're down on the field.
I don't know the last college football game that I've been to that I haven't been part of the game plan, right, on offense or defense.
That's fascinating.
It's just been really cool to see these guys making a ton of plays.
Speaking of the depth, and it feels like the shift, right, when you went to the 4-game redshirt rule, right, from there, and then obviously transfer portal, it's like players are getting on the field so much earlier now and have to be ready to go, and to some degree they are, right? You see a lot of freshmen,
whether it's early, right, whether it's later in the season, right, with injuries, I think there's a ton of potential for guys to get that ability to play under the lights and again, help them early in their career.
Yeah.
Utah State goes back to Jacobs. He's upended, so the Cougs, it was only a gain of 1, so the penalty didn't end up being enforced. It was 2nd and 9, and we have an Aggie who is slow to get
Officials
up.
timeout on the field for an offensive injury prior to the ball being spotted.
This is the starting right tackle Junior Sia, who is already in place of their normal starting right tackle for Utah State, Trey Anderson, who is out. So already kind of having to lean on their depth on the offensive line and could have to lean a little more. 7:08 to play, third quarter, 20-0. The lead that Washington State has on Utah State here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And we're joined in the booth again by Kirby Moore, the brand new coach of the Cougs.
I mean, Chris, we got to highlight this. I mean, Utah State, right, 49 total yards, and right there you're seeing it on that play. The team speed for Washington State, sideline to sideline, for an offense in the Aggies has been really productive all year. I mean, just flat out not able to do anything against this unit.
It has been, and you never know going into any game. There's a layoff. There's obviously the transition, a lot of different from when the Cougs last played to this game, but this squad is not missed a beat, and that word had been kind of the player-led team and this player-led kind of spirit of everything. And goodness, it has been a lot of fun to watch here today. There's still 7:08 to go, and we're in the third quarter, but so far the 20-0 lead has been awfully impressive.
Yeah, very, very much so. Kirby, did you call plays from the box or
I was in the box. Obviously have some experience on the field, and so that's, want to definitely be involved in the offense.
Yeah.
And that's kind of an ongoing process there.
Sure.
So after the injury, back to the action. It is 3rd and 8 for Utah State, their own 31-yard line. The snap back to Barnes, being flushed out to his right, throws near the sticks, and it will be short. Pass is caught, but it will not be enough for the first down. Caleb Franzel flying around, helping to make the tackle. Good job there by the WSU defense.
A great play there by Polano as well, right?
Yeah, Polano, I mean, he had the big play. Remember, batting down in the first half, batting that ball down. We've seen his speed all year, flying around and forcing the punt for Utah State. What a big play by Polano, stopping the momentum. Coach, this is a future Pac-12 matchup, right? Playing Utah State, obviously at Boise State. What about that opportunity that Washington State has kind of to be the flag bearer for this new Pac-12?
Yeah, huge opportunity for us to win right now. Right, there's going to be a ton of competition, right, regional ties. I think you look at the success that Boise's had, Utah State's had. But right now, right, I think from an administration standpoint, the investment that they're putting into the football program, really looking forward to building on that through the 26th season.
Yeah.
After the Landon Rico punt, fair catch called for at the 14 by Tony Freeman. That will take us to a break here. Coach, we can't thank you enough for your time. We are fired up about the future of Cougar football, and this is a neat moment where it's the present and what's going on here in this bowl game, and these guys have been delivering so far, and what is in store for you and Coug fans. It's an exciting time.
Thank you, guys. Go Cougs.
Again, that is Kirby Moore, the brand new coach of the Cougs, joining us here in the booth. How great is that? 2 segments with Kirby Moore to get his perspective, his analysis. I think that might be the only time, Alex, where we have Kirby Moore up here in the booth with us. So
I hope so.
We'll be talking about what he'll be doing, but that's a unique opportunity to have him in the booth and get his perspective on things. And super thankful to him and Bill Stevens for making that all happen. Cougs take over 1st and 10 at the 14. Snap back to Zevi. He'll be able to put a little shovel pass forward to Angel Johnson. A little improv there from Zevi. Thought he was going to tuck and run, but instead finds Angel Johnson, who gets out to the 20-yard line. So a solid first down gain of 6 yards there. Alex, just thinking back to what Kirby Moore told us, what stood out most about his comments?
It's not so much what he said. For those that aren't watching the live stream, you got to go back and watch it if you get a chance, because his reaction to the plays on the field, that's a ball coach right there. He's watching guys fly around. You can tell he's taking notes, right? He's taking – God knows he's taking notes on. I don't know, but he's a football coach, and so all they do, the good ones take notes all the time, and you can see his mind working.
Play fake on 2nd and 4. Zevi going to try to do it with his legs. Nice job. Stiff arm one defender, and Zevi able to dance. Good fleet of foot moves by Zevi Eckhouse to get the first down. 20-0. Cougs lead. 5:20 to go in the third quarter. We got a long ways to go here, but there's just some good vibes right now from the WSU perspective. And when you consider a short span ago with Jimmy Rogers leaving, there's just the uncertainty with that. But in a short amount of time, it feels like it's changed to just positive forward momentum.
And the things I like to hear from Kirby Moore are things like building trust, continuity, right? He's trying to find a way to make this work as hard as it is in this, this quick time frame.
First and goal from the 24. Zevi gets away from one defender. Throws to Trey Lechner, who bobbles the ball, juggled it, couldn't quite haul it in. Lechner would have had some room to run, most likely able to pick up the first down. Instead, it's an incompletion, and now 2nd and 10.
Nice job by Zevi Eckhouse, stepping up through pressure, really strong in the pocket, and then he dumps it off. And Lechner's got to use his hands. He kind of let that ball get into his numbers. But, back to Kirby Moore again, that's what I like hearing. You know what I mean? I already know he's a good ball coach. I like to hear the way he's thinking about culture and he's talking about it, and he knows that it's hard. The hardest, you know who's hardest on all of this? It's the hardest on the athletes. Do you know what I mean? And so, he's recognizing that and understands that, those are the people he needs to go and talk to first.
2nd and 10 after the incompletion. Zevi drops back, heaves it up. Open man, Meredith the target, makes the catch, has the first down. Tackled shortly after hauling it in, but still plenty to move the sticks. Noah Flores makes the stop, but out to the 43-yard line. Going to be a gain for Washington State of 19 on that play.
All right, Chris, if I told you going into this game that Zevi Heckhouse would be trending towards 300 yards late into the third quarter, what would you have been thinking?
I'd be thinking it's a good day for the Cougs, really, for the most part, or that it was a shootout, but that has not been the case. This defense has been very characteristic and has been outstanding. Could this be a shutout pitched here today as Angel Johnson gains 2 on the first down carry? 20-0. Cougs up on Utah State. 4 minutes to go third quarter. 411 yards of total offense for Washington State, 56 for Utah State.
Yeah, in all facets, just, Cougs are doing pretty much everything right here and seem to be the more physical, fast football team
out on the field
in this game against Utah State.
Prior to the ball being spotted.
Tyree Morris, the Aggie who is slow to get up, and Meredith, 8 catches in this game. The Cougar who has been here his entire career, final college career, tying his career high with 8 catches. Let's see if he can get past that. And a lot of credit, I think, goes around here. You give credit to what Zevi's doing, but also Danny Freund, as you told us going into the game, there was not really any secret that this offensive game plan was going to look different than any other game this year.
Yeah, and again, look, Jimmy Rogers made it clear from the start he wanted to be a run-first football team, so that was what it was, right? And I think Danny Freund and the offense tried their best to kind of meet that. And there were moments where it worked, right? But there were moments when they needed to throw the football more, and they just didn't have the continuity for it, and you're seeing what happens when you do.
Back to the action on 2nd and 8. Zevi gets hit as he's thrown, almost intercepted, and that was the same name we just mentioned, Noah Flores, who nearly was able to pick that one off. Zevi, 2 first-half interceptions. Both times, Utah State got great field position. One at the Cougar 28, the other at the Cougar 13, and yet the defense still prevented any points from being scored. Cougs up 20-0. Zevi pops up after taking a pretty big lick, and it's now 3rd and 8 from their own 46.
I think Tony Freeman thought he was going to take a shot from Flores, and Flores was going for the ball. If Tony Freeman just keeps running through that ball, he probably makes the catch because Flores actually misplayed kind of where that ball was going to land.
Cougs 6 of 13 on 3rd down in this game. Utah State 1 of 10. It is 3rd and 8. Zevi takes the snap, throws, and that's going to be intercepted. So that one is an interception. The 3rd of the game for Zevi Eckhouse. And the pick being come away by Gia Kafences from Emerald Ridge High School. So the Puyallup native getting the interception there. Zevi's 3rd turnover of this game. Cougs up 20-0. So you've got a strong lead, but still 3:47 left to go in the third quarter.
You want to know a fun story there, Chris? I don't like that interception from Zevi Eckhouse, but that is my business partner Ryan DePaulo's nephew, Gio Kafences, making that interception right there. That was a nice play by Kafences, recognizing the corner route from Tony Freeman and kind of playing out in front of it. Not much there on that play, in all honesty. And I think Zevi's just trying to let his player make a play down the field. It doesn't work out.
Well, Kafences, 1 tackle this season, so he's another guy we speak of next man up. That's the case for Utah State. They take over at their own 40, taking a deep shot. Pass is caught. It is Boyd with the reception inside the 20. By far and away the most explosive play of the game for Utah State. It will be a gain of over 40. It will be a 43-yard pickup.
Yeah, Jack Ellison in at linebacker on that play doesn't recognize Boyd coming across the formation. Some sort of miscommunication from the Cougar back end.
Tempo from Utah State. They go to the ground. Javen Jacobs hops his way down to the 17-yard line. Jess, let's head down the sideline. You got an update for us?
Yeah, starting tackle Junior Sia remains in the injury tent. He has been in it since the last series that Utah State had the ball, and no indication on when he'll return, but he's not in the game right now.
Well, thank you, Jess. And that is a spot at right tackle. They've already have had to deal with some depth issues. Trey Anderson, their starting right tackle, out for this game. It is 2nd and 5, trying to air it out. It's Boyd once again. Can't make the catch. Barnes to the end zone. Boyd got a hand on it, far corner of the end zone, unable to make the reception. Penalty marker thrown near sideline, close to the line of scrimmage.
Oh, that might be a hold.
With how quickly the flag was thrown and where it was thrown, it does make for an interesting combination that it doesn't seem clear. Jesse Bobbit, the interim head coach for the Cougs, who is getting the explanation from our officiating crew. Famous Idaho Potato Bowl, 20-0 Cougs up on Utah State.
Offense number 61. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
Yeah, and Coach Bobbit wants the down more than he wants the yards there, right? It would be a 5-yard penalty.
And they're having to dig deeper at the offensive line position right now. That is on the backup right tackle, so the backup to the backup right tackle coming in for Junior Sia, who that penalty goes against. Now 3rd and 5 for the Aggies at the Washington State 12. Cougs have pitched a shutout so far. 3rd quarter, 2:42 to go. Bryson Barnes takes the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. Over the right. Jack Ellison in hot pursuit. Throws towards the end zone looking for Boyd. Can't make the catch. Aggie sideline wants a flag for contact. They will not get it. Good job by the Cougar defense, and for Washington State, that is the safety, Demarius Russell, a true freshman from Minnesota, in coverage.
Yeah, good pursuit, first of all, by Ellison. Another pressure from Pete Minage, the defensive play caller today, and then, like you said, really good downfield pass coverage by Russell.
Utah State's going to keep the offense out on the field, so instead of trying to eliminate the shutout to this point, this is an interesting, I know you stay aggressive here, but you do got a ways to go. It's 3rd quarter, 2:35 to go, but with it being 4th and 5 at the Cougar 12, and Bronco Mendenhall are going to run up and take a timeout. So they'll at least chew on this decision a little longer over on the Utah State sideline.
State called their first 30-second timeout of the half.
Well, the Junior Cougs Kids Club is presented by Toyota. It's the official kids club of the Washington State Cougars, and it is the best way for the youngest members of Cougar Nation to show off their Cougar pride. Find out more information about your Junior Cougs membership perks at wsucougars.com/JR Cougs. It has been a great day. I'd say a great trip here in Boise for Cougar pride. Still a ways to go, but Washington State has come out strong, and they have not really taken their foot off the gas pedal. Up 20-0 here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl on Utah State.
Yeah, against the backdrop of everything that's been going on in the last few weeks, I'm so impressed with this Washington State football team and their ability to stay focused. And look, Utah State gave Boise a game in their last, kind of that last regular season game. They had UNLV on the ropes as well. Utah State's been kind of trending upwards to some degree, in my opinion, and now, Washington State's, putting it on them.
Coug fans are up on their feet. The Cougs behind the WSU bench. Brock Duke company waving their arms, making noise. It is 4th and 5, going for it. Pass towards the end zone. It will be incomplete, and a flag is thrown on Matthew Durant. Oh, goodness. He just didn't quite turn around, taking a shot towards the end zone, but this will go against the Cougs, and a fresh set of downs on tap for Utah State.
Yeah, and it was too bad. Part of that was a miscommunication kind of at the snap.
Pass interference. Defense, number 23. The ball be placed at the 2-yard line with an automatic first down.
Utah State ran a pre-snap motion, and Durant and looked like maybe corner Jamori Colson got a little confused about who was going to take who, and then Durant had to pop out late. Barnes saw it and threw it to his receiver, and Durant was basically playing catch-up the whole time, so he couldn't get his head around, obviously forced the PI.
Anthony Garcia, the intended target. Son of former WSU quarterback Anthony Garcia. 1st and goal from the 2. Barnes with the keeper will go untouched into the end zone. Shutout is no more. Touchdown Utah State, 20-6. The Cougar lead, point after pending for the Aggies. 3rd quarter, 2:27 left to play. And this is still very much a game as the Aggies are able to get that taste out of their mouth of what has been a very unproductive day on offense for Utah State.
Yeah, taking advantage of the turnover, obviously, and the Coug defense plays so well all game. But also, you can't expect them, to keep it up with facing 3 turnovers, some short fields. Kind of just is what it is. Offense needs to respond here. There's a long way to go in this game.
There very much is. Point after attempt from Tanner Rinker is good, and it is now 20-7. So Cougs getting goal to go. Their first 2 possessions of this second half, both times settling for field goals. I believe it's all 3 possessions. Correct me if I'm wrong on offense in the second half, Alex, where the Cougs have been in Aggie territory, and tough when you only come away with 6 points after moving the ball as well as they've had. Still our yardage breakdown, 413 yards for Washington State, just 106 for Utah State.
Yeah, but to your point offensively, just have not been efficient in the red zone. You missed a field goal in the tight red zone. You got stopped on 4th down in the tight red zone, and then you kicked 2 more field goals. You got to come away with touchdowns, right? If you're going to put a team away, and look, Utah State's got a lot of pride too. They've got their fans here in attendance. They are not going to go away with over a quarter left to play.
2:27 left to play, and this will be a big drive for the Cougar offense. How will they respond as Utah State has something to celebrate, because that has been few and far between so far here in Boise today. Kickoff for Utah State is Angel Johnson back to return, not Leighton Smithson. Grabs it at the 1. He will bring it out. Johnson pinballed around, still up on his feet, spins away from a pair of defenders, needs to hold on to the ball. He does, as he is taken down to the turf by Dakota Howe. Washington State has thrown the ball 42 times in this game. They've run it 23 times for 118 yards. And Alex, so many of those rushing yards have come in the third quarter.
Yeah.
At halftime, it was pretty anemic for the ground game, but there have been some really good chunk plays the Cougs have picked up between Angel Johnson and Maxwell Woods.
Yeah, again, oftentimes when you talk offensively, you talk about how throwing the ball can open the running lanes, right? And that's really what happened in this game. Threw the ball really effectively in the first half. Utah State softens up, and then you lean on the run game in the third quarter, really with Maxwell Woods primarily.
Cougs with it at the 21. 1st and 10, handoff. Big room, Leo Pulalasi. Only one Utah State defender to try to avoid, but that defender does make the tackle. He would have had another explosive play, but Brevin Hamlin upends him. Pulalasi gets 7, but there could have been more.
Yeah, it was a nice tackle by Hamlin, and Pulalasi put his foot down and I think thought he was going to kind of run right by that tackle. Either way, a good first down run. Cougs are finding a lot of action in these outside zone plays.
Credited with 6, so it will be 2nd and 4. Washington State at their own 27, up 20-7. Back to the ground. It's Pulalasi dancing around, up on his feet, still going. He's got the first down. A couple of arm tackle attempts for Utah State. Pulalasi swimming right through those navy blue Utah State uniforms. He's off to the 39-yard line. Good pickup there for Leo Pulalasi. He moves the sticks.
Good example right there, Chris, of like he likes to tell you he's more of that finesse back than power back. You see him change direction in the hole, right then left, and then cuts it back to the right, and that's able to open up that lane for him to get that first down run.
Pulalasi, a gain of 12. 1:15 in county to go third quarter. Cougs in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl leading Utah State 20-7. 1st and 10 from their own 39. Back to Pulalasi. Big room to run. Back to the near side, trying to stiff arm one Aggie. He does get a little extra separation on Dylan Tucker, but he's out to the 48. Gets 8 yards. And the Cougs, what's allowed the ground game to have this level of success in the second half, Alex?
Yeah, again, it's a defense that's really on its heels because of the passing game, right? They don't know that run's coming, right? They think pass first. That puts you on your heels, and then you get a back like Pulalasi running downhill. A great block by Mackenzie Allen on the outside. And again, you're creating pressure on a defense because you're being multiple.
At the 47, it is 2nd and 2. Cougs go back to Pulalasi. Why not? He's got the first down, lowers his shoulders to midfield. He gets 3, needed 2, another fresh set of downs for Washington State. And while, the theme going in was going to be airing it out, especially on this drive, and as you talked about, this Utah State defense being back on their heels, really grinding it out and making life tough on the Aggies right now with the success of Pulalasi. Cougs won't need to take another snap, and they will not. That will do it for the third quarter. Final quarter coming up with the final game of this 2025 season. Washington State
the end of the third quarter,
looking for their first bowl victory since 2018. We go to the fourth quarter in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Our score, Washington State 20, Utah State 7. More from Boise after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan by helping them grow their money. So does the card support the Coug fan or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
A mission that matters. A place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Are back above the blue turf here in Boise in the booth. Chris King next to Alex on the sideline. McIntyre. And for the Cougs, I should say up here we've got our engineer Jerry Kylo. Our live video stream, it's our bowl special. The WSU Cougars YouTube page, thanks to Jared Pringruber. We're kind of like zoo animals up here. We've got the live feed from the booth, and it has been mostly, Alex, good news to pass along. Also should give a shout out to Zane Saggio back in the Cougar Sports Network studios. We've got a lot of Cougar Sports Network broadcasts to come because Hoops will be right back at it on the 28th in Portland, in your backyard, Alex. And
Let's go.
The 30th, excited to see all those fans in the Puget Sound area where the Cougs are in Seattle at Climate Pledge Arena taking on Seattle U. But here we are right now, fourth quarter, famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State up 20-7 on Utah State. For someone just tuning in and they hear, oh, the score's 20-7, Cougs are up, they've got a quarter to try to close this out. What would you tell them, Alex, that it's been the story of the game to this point?
Well, that the Cougar defense has been what they've been all year, which is fast, physical, forcing turnovers on downs, 3 and outs, all of the things that we've come to expect from this Cougar defense, and that the offense has found an identity that I think they've been chasing all year in the sense that, they're throwing the ball around the yard, using the team's speed, spreading defense out, and then the run game is showing up, right? Zevi Eckhouse throwing for over 300 yards, almost 300 yards in the game, 295 yards. That's a season high on the year for Zevi. Again, we know he can because we saw him last year in the Holiday Bowl do it, and at times this year. But I think throwing the ball has really been the difference for this Washington State offense.
Last year in the Holiday Bowl, 31 of 43, 363 yards. Today, 25 of 42, 295 yards. Cougs would love to respond. Utah State was held scoreless until their last drive. Pressure coming in Eckhouse's face, and it will be an incomplete pass just at the shoelaces of Maxwell Woods, the running back. So that sets up 2nd and 10 now. Cougs again right at midfield. It's gotten a little cooler here in Boise. We actually had some sun earlier. It had been pretty soggy the last few days, but now a little bite in the wind.
Yeah, I was going to say, up here we got the windows open. All of a sudden that wind started kind of trickling in a little bit. We're out here, obviously in mountain areas. It's gonna cool off quick tonight.
Getting points on this drive would be big for the Cougs and their hopes of holding on and getting this bowl victory over Utah State. Mackenzie Allen in motion. First career touchdown for him today on 2nd and 10. Eckhouse fakes the pitch. It will be a run for the quarterback, and he pushes the plow forward. He's got the first down. There's no lack of toughness for Zevi Eckhouse. We saw that, I think, back to the Ole Miss game, the Virginia game. Some of those matchups were Zevi taking hits left and right by some much bigger defenders, and he keeps on ticking.
Man, I love some of the window dressing there. Mackenzie Allen comes in yo-yo motion, starts across to the right, back to the left with speed. All the eyes go to him, and then they run kind of a fake toss to the running back, but it's really QB counter coming up inside. Zevi gets a good first down run, strong run, like you said.
11 yards for the quarterback with his legs at the Aggie 39. 1st and 10 for the Cougs. Pistol, Maxwell Woods, the running back. Low snap, play fake. Zevi looks deep, has a man over the middle. No, he's going for the deep shot. Landon Wright makes the catch. Landon Wright with the touchdown. First career touchdown catch came against Ole Miss. The Cougs strike again. Washington State responds after the Aggies get their first points. It's 26-7 Cougs. What a pass by Zevi Eckhouse, and Landon Wright stride for stride right there to haul it in.
We've seen Landon Wright's ability to climb a defense before, but how about that teardrop dime over the top by Zevi Eckhouse, Chris? What a throw. by the veteran quarterback. Great finish by Landon Wright for 6.
39-yard touchdown reception, 26-7. This offense flexing its muscles here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Jack Stevens on for the point after attempt. Here's the kick. It is up, and it is good. 27-7. Cougs with the lead. And this is a Utah State team. Obviously, if you're bowl eligible, you've had a quality season. But you look back on their year, their last game, they feel like they should have beat Boise State, that they should have topped the Broncos in a matchup that they hosted Boise State in. They've also had some strong wins. You look back over their season, some of the standout wins that they've had, and played some tough opponents in Texas A&M and Vanderbilt. And the Cougs right now having an outstanding performance against Utah State. That drive for Washington State, 7 plays, 79 yards, took 3:09 off the clock, 39-yard touchdown reception by Landon Wright. We will take a timeout. Fourth quarter, 14 minutes, 11 seconds to go. Cougs in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl up on Utah State by 20. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Statistically speaking, your New Year's resolution will take a backseat sooner than later. Just make sure that seat's leather trimmed and German engineered. Introducing Northern Quest's $115,000 New Year New Benz giveaway. Play daily with your Camus Rewards card to enter, and on January 1st, you could win a brand new Mercedes. You know, so you can drive past the gym in style. The New Year New Benz giveaway, only at Northern Quest. Grand prize drawing January 1st.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Ah, exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000. Oh. I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Gisa Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Gisa.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
27-7, Cougs lead Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 14-11 to go in the fourth quarter. Let's head down to the sideline. Jessamine McIntyre. Jess, we talked about a pregame. The Danny Freund offensive coordinator decided, I want to be out on the field. I want to help bring the energy, bring the juice, call the plays from down on the field in this game. And the energy and the juice, as you can attest to, it's been brought down there, right?
Yeah, he's not falling short of that goal. I can tell you it is all smiles between him and Zevi Eckhouse down here, man. He is bringing the energy. He has earned his spot right here on the field, and it's just a really, really positive sign down here. And, it's the last time he and Zevi will have a game together. Also, as Utah State is about to receive the ball, I want to give an update on their offensive line. As we know, Junior Sia was taken to the locker room. He is not expected to return as of now. Kaleone Ayusea is going to end up filling in his place. He's a backup offensive lineman, and as we said, that's a backup to the backup, so they're running a little thin up front.
Cougs, Alex, 27-7 up on Utah State, and there has not been a lot of daylight for the Aggies in this game. Washington State moving the ball from the get-go. The defense has been smothering. The one chance where maybe there was an opportunity to change the tide in this one was after Utah State got their first points, 2:27 to go in the third quarter, and that was a critical drive for the Cougs. How would they respond? It's a 39-yard touchdown, Eckhouse to Landon Wright. And here it is, the first play of this drive for Utah State. Little screen pass to the running back. It is Javen Jacobs who makes the reception. He'll be stopped short of the first down marker. Jamari Smith with the tackle. It will be a gain of 8.
Yeah, Jacobs has been a real bright spot for Utah State, both in the kick return game, right? And then the few times he's touched the ball on offense, feel like he could get more involved and really help the Aggie offense.
One thing to note about the Cougar offense in this game, 492 yards. So after that 39-yard touchdown reception, flirting with 500 yards of total offense. It could be more. Washington State has had opportunities where they had to settle for field goals or went for it when it was at the 10-yard line. The little jump pass into the hands of the running back Miles Davis. This is a running back crew that's very active in the pass game for Utah State. Near sideline, he's able to push it forward, get to midfield. That's a gain of 17 for Utah State. So while Bryson Barnes has been pretty quiet overall, he has been able to get some momentum here recently for the Utah State quarterback.
Yeah, and they schemed that play up well. They kind of fake a quarterback run. Looks like it's going to be quarterback counter, but they're really trying to get Miles Davis out into the flat. They get all the Cougar defenders to commit to the quarterback run, and then Barnes just flips it out there to his running back all by himself.
Under 13 minutes to go here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Cougs lead by 20 at midfield. Play fake for the Aggies. Barnes sets his feet, slings it near side, open target. Boyd hauls in the pass. It is caught close to the 35, marked down at the 32. So some chunk plays here for the Aggies. A gain of 18 yards, and they are able to move the ball here better than any other drive.
Yeah, that was well protected by the Utah State offensive line, who we were just talking about, is really outmanned. And a nice job giving Barnes time to work through his progression there. Boyd's running kind of a deep dropout on the sideline, nobody around him.
How about this formation, Alex? And we do see Boyd split out wide, running backs to the left and to the right of Barnes. Takes the shotgun snap, hit as he throws up the middle, is incomplete. Barnes took a big thump from Sullivan Schlimgen, the true freshman who has been a very valuable contributor throughout the year at linebacker for Washington State. It is an incomplete
Holding.
pass.
Defense, number 17, 10-yard penalty, and an automatic first down.
And there is that flag thrown. Jamari Smith, we've talked about the true freshman cornerback who has seen a lot more time with the injury to Colby Humphrey. Kenny Worthy III opting out of the bowl game. So some younger guys without as much in-game experience this year like Smith see in action.
Yeah, and he's played well all game, but you get late in the game, you get a little tired, right? Like there's moments where you can lapse a little bit, whether it's physically or mentally, and you get caught in a hold there.
Cougar defense, a little bit of a tougher spot here. Ball down at the 22 after the penalty, first down. Here's Barnes, flushed out to his right, has an open target. It is Jacobs, another flag thrown. Smith can't make the ankle tackle, and it will finally be a swarm of white Cougar uniforms. Sullivan Schlimgen there, and also able to help bring him down for Washington State, Cale Reeder. A flag is thrown, Alex.
A hold.
Looking like a hold here.
Yeah.
12:08 to play, fourth quarter.
Holdings, offense, number 61, 10-yard penalty, first down.
And that is that backup to the backup right tackle, the third stringer, Kaleoni Yosua, coming in for Junior Sia. Commits the penalty there. Second penalty on him, so that depth being tested at right tackle has hampered this Utah State offense a little bit. The hold makes it 1st and 20, pushing it back at the Washington State 32. Cougs have really held Bryson Barnes quiet in the passing game. Empty set, takes the snap. It will be a design run for Barnes. Barnes stiff arms one Coug and gets thumped. It is Cale Reeder. So Washington State without Tucker Large, but it is that trio at safety of Large, Durant, and Reeder who are really menacing.
Right now. Yeah, Barnes is slow getting up. Reeder, he did not get down, and we've seen Reeder is a heavy hitter and made
officials time out on the field for an offensive injury prior to the ball being spotted.
Yeah, he's pretty Barnes is pretty wobbly coming off the field. I mean, he took a shot for sure.
Jess, you're down on the sideline. What do you see?
Yeah, he actually got up, really was trying to fight to stay in there, but had to hold on to the referee, the head referee, for stability there, and is definitely wobbly is a good way to describe it, but he's headed to the sideline and will get checked out.
Bryson Barnes, a super senior, second team All Mountain West Conference this year, set the Utah State record for rushing touchdowns by a quarterback. Actually played against WSU a little bit last year, came in on some running plays when the Cougs beat Utah State, and then when he was at Utah, filled in for the injured Cam Rising against the Cougs. It is Jacob Conover who comes in at quarterback. They'll have him pass. Here's the snap. It is on 2nd 11, picked off, flag thrown. Demarius Russell with the interception. Will this stand? Demarius Russell with the return off to the races, far sideline, gets by one defender, still going. The only man to beat is Javen Jacobs, going, still up on his feet, into the end zone, touchdown Washington State. It is a pick six by Demarius Russell, but there are 3 flags, actually 4 flags, down on the field, littered all over the blue turf.
I wish I had a flag I could throw down on the field. Just add to it. I think it's going to be a hold first down here on the start of the pass play, and then Probably a block in the back where the other 3 flags are during the return.
So a lot to sort through while the officiating crew is sorting through that all. We'll remind you can earn your bragging rights to Northern Quest with more slot machines, table games, restaurants, lounges, and luxury hotel rooms than anyone else in the region. Northern Quest, yes, the best. More at northernquest.com. Cougs up by 20 here in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Fourth quarter, 27-7. The lead on Utah State, 11:36 to go.
All right, let me pull back the curtain right here. First of all, I feel terrible for Demarius Russell if this ends up not being a pick six, how tired that young man is from running the length of the field. Number 2, I've been the backup quarterback that Jacob Conover is when you got to come in ice cold off the bench and the first thing you do is go to throw a ball. He's been standing on the sideline all game. I can't imagine what it felt like to throw that ball and then obviously throw an interception. That's a tough situation for a backup quarterback.
Cougs in their white uniforms, but Demarius Russell has Wyoming gold all over him. It's the famous Idaho potato logo. You think of the Wyoming Cowboys, it's basically the same colors. So he's been on that where they paint it on the blue turf. And so plenty of gold on top of it. It almost looks like a Who's on First routine that the officiating crew is still going through. And I think we will get word here momentarily as they've got a real rat's nest to untangle.
There were multiple fouls on the team.
There
were multiple fouls on the play by both teams. Holding, intercepting team, number 42. That penalty is declined. Also, personal foul, hands to the face, intercepting team prior to the interception, number 17. That penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the previous spot with an automatic first down. We will also enforce dead ball, personal foul, after the touchdown, offense number 72. That penalty been forced 15 yards, first down, Utah State.
Rat's nest is right, Chris.
Holy cow. Well, that's George Miley, left guard for Utah State. His uncle Frank Miley, former WSU assistant coach who was on the staff last year. A lot of connections for him. He has spent time at Utah State and Boise State. Well, before we get back to the action, we're at the top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Cougar Sports Network. Well, with all of that said and done, we're waiting for the spot of the foul, so it goes to the 11-yard line, and then they will march it back 15 more yards for the personal foul penalty on Utah State left guard George Miley. And that ball marked down at the 26-yard line. 11:36 left to play. Washington State. It's been remarkable. We talked about it quite a bit. 9 bowl seasons of the last 10 years where there's been a full season, not counting the COVID year. The Cougs up 27-17, but it has been since that magical 2018 season and that historic, that game will go down as a favorite moment or one of the favorite moments for so many Cougs, the Alamo Bowl, beating Iowa State in San Antonio. This would be the first win since then. That's if the Cougs can hang on. Up by 20, Washington State has the advantage on Utah State.
Bunch of backups on the field after that play for Washington State. Kyle Patu, Cairo Pola, corner.
Here's the snap, trying to dance around as Jacob Conover gets away from one Coug and brought down from behind by Sullivan Schlimgen. So you mentioned Cairo Pola, so some other guys kind of going in the mix. Cairo Pola, the backup cornerback.
Yeah, and Kyle Patu, the backup safety nickel, out there. Again, you had basically the entire defense running the length of the field on the interception return for touchdown, so try and get a couple guys a breath. But you also might be getting guys like Patu and Rapola some snaps as well.
Speaking of backups, it is the backup quarterback, Jacob Conover, who remains in the game. With his legs, he got 4 yards. 2nd and 6 for the Aggies from their own 22. The snap, they go to the ground. It is Miles Davis on the carry. Nothing there. And how about Gavin Barthiel? It's Buda Paletti who got him low. Gavin Barthiel able to make the tackle high. With Parker McKenna, the Cougs' top tackler, injured and unable to play in this game, Barthiel has really made an impact.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, arguably been the best player, one of the most productive players on the field for Washington State. I mean, I think the defensive line gets a lot of credit also. They've been playing really well, but Barthiel keeps showing up.
Gain of just 1 at the Cougar 21-yard line. 10:20 and ticking to go, third quarter. Here on the blue turf in Boise, it's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State leads Utah State 27-17. 3rd and 5. Snap back to Conover. Pressure in his face. Throws a rainbow ball to the end zone. It will be caught touchdown. Brady Boyd with the reception. So after not allowing a touchdown until there was, or any points until there was 2:27 to go in the third quarter, this Cougar defense has given up a touchdown on back-to-back possessions. Utah State tightens it up. It's Washington State 27, Utah State 13, point after pending.
That's a really nice throw by the backup quarterback Conover. He's a veteran. He was at BYU for a couple years, then at Arizona State. He's seen a lot of football and recognizes blitz, throws that ball up, gives his receiver a chance in the 50-50 ball with Matthew Durant in pursuit. Good catch by Boyd over the top.
Danorinker on for the point after attempt. In his career, he has missed just 4. And this will be blown dead. Flag thrown, delay a game.
Delay. 5-yard penalty. Remains the try.
It's a rather important point after attempt if you're Utah State. You're trying to stay within striking distances as much as possible. Difference between a 13-point deficit and a 14-point deficit. Moving back 5 yards. Here's the point after attempt. It will be a 26-yarder. The kick is up, plenty of leg, and it is good. It is now Washington State 27, Utah State 13. And we know, Jess, on the sideline, you got an update on Bryson Barnes, the Utah State quarterback?
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's being taken to the locker room. As we mentioned before, he was wobbly getting off the field, almost had to use one of the refs for stability while he was trying to get up, and he did put up a good fight, but he is being flanked by medical staff. We'll go to the locker room, so Conover looks like he'll be the guy for now.
Tough to see that for Barnes. Really kind of an inspiring story. Went to Utah as a preferred walk-on from a small school in Utah. There were only 38 students in his high school's graduating class. Worked on his family's farm, raising over 12,000 pigs. He gets a spot at Utah, goes to Utah State. He's their starter for him this year. And actually, there's even a family connection. The tight end Josh Sturzer, his older brother, is married to Bryson Barnes' older sister. So a teammate that he'll be spending Christmas with every year from here on out. So sorry to hear that about Barnes, and hopefully he is doing okay. So after the touchdown, we'll take a break. Cougar offense will look to respond one more. This one not over yet. Cougs up 27-14 on Utah State. 10:09 left to go. We'll be back after this break. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit adamstractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Toyotathon is on, and there's no better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like Camry. Now through January 5th, get 4.99 APR financing on new 26 Camrys, or lease a new 26 Camry LE with all-wheel drive for $329 a month, for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing, with approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details, or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Stadium in Boise. Chris King in the booth next to Alex Sprink. Jessamine McIntyre down on the field. We've got Jerry Kylo, our engineer, up in the booth. We've got our live video stream going, Booth Cam, on the WSU Cougars YouTube page. Thanks to everyone tuning in on Booth Cam. We do that special for a bowl game, and that's all made possible by Jared Pringruber, Zane Saggio back in the Cougar Sports Network studios. If you're just joining us, we got some Monday afternoon football. How many? I should have looked this up beforehand, Alex. How many Monday games have been played in Cougar history? It would have to be a bowl game, not many, but here we are, and the Cougs looking to capture a bowl victory. Interim coach Jesse Bobbit, will he have a bowl full of fries dumped on him? That's the question. Cougs jumped out to a 20-0 lead. It's not the Mayo Bowl. This one's a lot better.
Man, that's what I was saying earlier. I love it. Like dumping fries, dumping mayo, putting Pop-Tarts through a toaster, that's the spirit of postseason college football. Not talking about G5 and P4 and worrying about the playoffs. We're worried about the Potato Bowl.
Here we go. Cougs trying to win it. Kickoff after the touchdown. Leighton Smithson with the return brings it out. Just gets past the 20, but not much beyond that. Cougs were up 20-0. The defense had not allowed a point until there was just around 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. But Utah State getting touchdowns on back-to-back possessions. Washington State, the offense has been very potent in this game. Total offense, the highest going into this game this year for the Cougs, was 396 yards. I know you used the phrase before, Alex, kind of the shackles off of the offense. The team with 492 yards of total offense. But if you're Zevi, you have made mistakes. You've thrown 3 interceptions. You really don't want to have that happen here. 1st and 10 from the 21. Cougs go to the ground. The handoff to Maxwell Woods. Huge hole for Woods. Tackled from behind, and it's going to be stopped short of the first down. There was one Aggie to beat, and that Aggie was able to make the stop. So that tackle there for Utah State. It is Gio Kafensis, the name that you've mentioned that you have connection with, the Puyallup native.
Yeah, nice tackle by Kafensis on the back end, but Washington State offensively, really good adjustment after halftime in the running game, recognizing that they can run outside zone to the wide side of the field against what we call an under front. That means the defensive line's kind of pushed towards the boundary. It creates a really good running surface. That is where Maxwell Woods' big runs have come off of.
On 2nd and 1, it will be Zevi Eckhouse who keeps it and yet fights his way for the first down. Incredible effort by Zevi Eckhouse. Tyree Morris wrapped him up. Morris, 6'5", 285 pounds, and yet Zevi was able to turn those legs, get the first down, and this does not break WSU's heart to see more time drip off the clock. 9 minutes and counting to play here in Boise. Cougs trying to capture the victory in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, up by 13 on Utah State.
Good strong run by Zevi. It just keeps those feet churning. Get that first down. It's also the advantage on first down when you pick up good yardage. You set up those 2nd and shorts.
Freeman in motion from left to right. Cougs back to the ground game again. Here's Maxwell Woods. Woods with the carry, and he's out to the 38-yard line. Maxwell Woods going to have a chance here potentially, and we've got a Utah State player down, unfortunately.
Official timeout on the field for a defensive injury prior to the ball being spotted.
Jess, do you have eyes on who that Aggie is who is slow to get up?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's defensive lineman Tyree Morris. I say unfortunately just because you never want to see injuries, especially this last game of the season. But, yeah, he is down. Obviously, sometimes they keep the players down for precautionary reasons, so it's hard to tell what the actual injury is. But he's down. Also on the Cougar side, I do see Tucker Large, who is back present in street clothes on the sideline. We saw him go out earlier in this game. He is in a hip to ankle brace, and obviously won't be returning, but on his right leg, hip to ankle brace, and is on crutches, and we just hope the best for his recovery.
Well, you feel for those Cougs. Tucker Large getting hurt in this game. Brock Dew getting hurt about a month ago, roughly. Parker McKenna hurt, unable to play. Colby Humphrey hurt and unable to play. Those are 4 of the 25 seniors. This is their last game. 3 you're not able to play going into it that we knew, and Dew, and then Humphrey and Parker McKenna, and then that injury to Tucker Large as well. But fingers crossed, WSU wants to send those guys out with a victory, even if they were able to play or not in this game and in their college careers on a high note. Tough to see for Morris, as there is the entire training staff out there, and it looks like a lower body injury, and we'll get more on that. We've got a media timeout here. We'll take a quick break. 8:33 to go in the fourth quarter. Cougs trying to hang on to win the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, leading Utah State 27-14. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
This is Carrie Bice, co-owner of Allegra Image 360 on Main Street in Moscow, the one-stop shop for all your printing, signage, and marketing needs. Whether your business needs special signage for Christmas shopping, or you need help creating a truly fridge-worthy greeting card, your friends at Allegra are here to help during the hectic holiday season. Stop by our Moscow office and see how our team at Allegra can help deck your halls.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice, relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
Back at Albertsons Stadium in Boise. Tough scene here. Cougs up 27-14 on Utah State. 8:33 to go in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And let's head down to the sideline. Jess, we were talking about that injury to Tyree Morris, and hard to see this for him, the defensive lineman for the Aggies.
Yeah, it really is, especially when the cart comes out. Obviously, that's a devastating injury if that's the case, and he's being carted off right now. A standing ovation from both Cougs and Utah State fans alike, just respecting the junior defensive ends efforts, and he was down for quite a while, and for a cart to come out, that is a big one. So we won't expect to see him again in this game.
Morris has been a mainstay on that defensive line for the Aggies this year, one of 8 players to start all 12 games this season for Utah State. As we get back to the action, Alex, the Cougs, I mean, this has been a performance to this point in the game, and they're still trying to keep Utah State at an arm's length. That Washington State seized the momentum early, and they haven't really much, maybe a little bit here lately, loosened the grip on that.
Yeah, I mean, like any football game through 4 quarters, it's had its ups and downs, but I think, really across the board, but particularly offensively, I think they've managed this game, really well, shown some explosive plays, kind of kept punching. Defensively, it's been a solid night all around, even giving up 14 points to this point.
Cougs travel, largest crowd for the famous Idaho Potato Bowl since 2018, over 17,000 here on the blue turf in Boise. Here's the snap. It's back to the ground game. Maxwell Woods the run on 2nd and 4. Woods gets half of what was needed. So it's a unique spot where the Cougs are playing a future conference opponent at the home stadium of a future conference opponent. Washington State, not the best memory last year here, losing to Boise State, but this is going to be a fun game moving forward, playing the Broncos in this facility.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great experience a couple years ago or last year when we went to that game here, but it is a fun atmosphere they're redoing. I think is that the East End Zone they're redoing there? It's going to be a really great home venue and a fun venue to visit.
Big play here. Utah State fans making the most noise they have all day. It's 3rd and 2. Cougs with it at their own 40, trying to convert. Tight formation. Cougs go to the ground as Maxwell Woods. Big hole off to the sideline. He's got some space, and he's shoved out of bounds from behind, but plenty of room for the first down. Brevin Hamblin able to chase him up, and here we've got a flag thrown after the play. Some extracurricular between Trey Lechner, and let's see who that Utah State player is. It looks like 17. It's Carson Tujay, and also you think Matyra Brown kind of in there.
Yeah, I think it was Matyra. It was on Matyra Brown. Matyra Brown kind of got, I watched the last 2 plays of this. Matyra Brown got Trey Lechner kind of late the previous play, and then Lechner had Matyra Brown pinned on the ground and kind of gave him an
After
extra.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 23. That player's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game. The penalty being forced 15 yards from the end of the run. First down, Washington State.
The good news, you get the first down.
Right.
But it does sort of wipe away the gain and just basically give you a fresh set of downs. Washington State now in this game, 535 yards of total offense.
What I love about that last play right there is you have, it's a heavy set, 3rd and short, and everybody knows they're running it, and Cougs are able to run the football. Like you said, a big hole. I mean, really well blocked by the left side of that offensive line and tight ends.
Jess, you have an update on the offensive line for Washington State?
Yeah, Christian Hilborn is not in right now. He is on the sidelines, and Brock Dew kind of comforting over here. So he is sitting on the offensive line side of the bench right now. He was limping. He was a little ginger. No indication on what an injury might be, but not in the game.
1st and 10 for the Cougs from their own 49. It is Zevi who keeps it for himself, upended a tornado of Aggie blue jerseys around him, and Zevi smashed to the turf but will pop up and gets a gain of 6. So that will rework the offensive line, and we'll take a closer look here because obviously with Brock Dew out, and he was out, didn't play in the Oregon State game to wrap up the regular season. Cougs lead 27-14, 6:30 and ticking to play here in the Potato Bowl. Johnny Lester is going to go out to right tackle. We saw that in the middle part of the season when Hilborn had to miss some games. Hilborn, this start today, his 46th career start. That passes Gunnar Eklund for the 6th most in team history. So Lester to right guard. And then we'll tell you who moves in at left guard for Washington State. Cougs with it 2nd and 4, back to the ground. Angel Johnson trying to go east to west, and he just gets back to the line of scrimmage.
He lost a couple.
Yeah, you're right. He did actually lose a couple there, and Johnson, when he pops, but otherwise it can be difficult to pick up some positive games in his Cougar career. Noah Dunham will come in at left guard. So it is Dunham in at left guard, Lester at right tackle with Christian Hilborn out, and as Jess was describing that scene, and Alex, you were pointing out as well, it is Christian Hilborn and Brock Dew, those two veteran Cougs together, talking with Dr. Ed Tingstad.
Zevi coming off the field.
Interesting, it's Julian Duggar in the game.
He's cramping.
3rd and 6. So Duggar comes in the game. Let's see if Duggar runs. We have not seen Duggar since the Virginia game, and Washington State will use a timeout. Up by 13, but there's 5:28 left to go. Be critical here to pick up.
Washington State has called their first 30-second timeout of the half.
Good timeout. TBU's right there. Zevi started cramping like late. It felt like kind of late as he was getting called to play and was getting ready to go. Had to come jogging off the field, and Duggar had to go in last minute. Good time to use that timeout and make sure everybody's ready to go on a 3rd down play.
Cougs at halftime, sizable edge. Washington State was up 14-0, grew that advantage to as many as 20-0. Really, maybe the only critique of the offense is not being able to finish. The Cougs have moved the ball. They just haven't been able to get in the end zone as much as they would like. They're 3 of 5 in the red zone in this game, which is really uncharacteristic for their ability to finish. This season, coming into today, Cougs 34 of 37 in the red zone, but just 3 of 5 today. Washington State with Duggar in the game. Cougs will spread it out wide. 3rd and 6, Duggar. The last time we saw him was the Virginia game, and he caught the ball. Known for
Angel
his
Johnson
legs.
Now wide, empty set.
Cougs at the Aggie 47. Duggar will look to throw. Pass is caught, and that's enough for the first down. Mackenzie Alline hauls it in. A career day for Alline, who entered this matchup with 1 catch in his college career. He's got a touchdown, now 3 receptions, and Duggar does his job. He will stay in the game. I know Jess has eyes on Zevi Eckhouse, and we can kind of see him from up here in the booth. He's still getting stretched out.
Yeah, good ball by Duggar. Blitz, throws the out route into the boundary to Alline. Good, accurate throw. Again, for a backup coming off the bench. Like I said earlier with Conover, it's hard to do.
Duggar is no stranger to bowl season. We'll get into that. Under 5 minutes left to go. He fakes the pitch. He will take it himself up the middle, and he's shoulder tackled down by Brevin Hamblin. A gain of 6. Duggar last year was with Pitt. He played in 1 game, came off the bench for Pitt in their bowl game against Toledo. A 6 overtime game. Longest in bowl history. Had 21 carries, 88 yards in an overtime period, had 2 touchdown runs and converted 3 2-point conversions.
Yeah, and he's a young man that's only getting better the more snaps he gets under his belt. You can just see right there with QB run. He's got great burst. Really elite physical talent.
2nd and 4, the Aggie 34, play action, bad pass. Trying to find the tight end, Trey Lechner. And Lechner hopefully pops up. He does, as there was a little bit of a late tackle. Jess, you're on the sideline. You got eyes on Zevi, and hopefully things are looking positive for him. What do you have?
Yeah, he just popped up, actually, got stretched out, and he looks to be jogging right back out onto the field, guys, except they're not going to put him in. He tried. He
wanted it.
Got to give him credit for that, but I think they just wanted to make sure he was completely stretched out, not going to cramp up or potentially pull anything. But he's ready to go on the sidelines, I should say.
3rd and 4 for the Cougs. Up by 13, 4:12 left to go. Washington State trying to get this one over the finish line, get the bowl victory over Utah State. Empty set, Duggar, design run. The C's part, plenty of room, off to the races. 20, 10, 5, Duggar into the end zone. 34-yard touchdown run, and what could be the cherry on top of the Cougs' first bowl victory since 2018. 33 14, 4:06 left to go. So many guys getting in and producing for Washington State here in Boise today.
Beautiful play call by Danny Freund. 3 receivers set to the wide side of the field, sent Angel Johnson in fast motion, takes the linebacker out, and it's QB draw the whole way for Julian Duggar, who as soon as he saw it, like you said, Chris C's part, he basically walked that thing in from 40 yards out.
The joy and excitement from Danny Freund right now is a sight to be seen. He's going up and down, high-fiving everyone. He even flexed, so the offensive coordinator had been in the booth. He wanted to be down on the field for this game. And here's the point after attempt from Jack Stevens. It is good. Cougs lead 34-14. 4:06 left to go. The fight song always sounds sweet, but in a stretch where there's been a lot of uncertainty. This is a transitional period. There's uncertainty for people on that sideline where maybe they thought there was certainty a month ago at this time. This is a good day, and a lot of things have happened, but a good day for a lot of folks, and great for Coug fans to be able to celebrate this, and the players as well.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's so many things. You know, I said it last night at the event, Chris. I mean, this is a microcosm of Washington State football, right? Where, you know, so many things feel like they've gone against you over the last 4 or 5 years, in the last 3 or 4 weeks, you know. And now there is this kind of light at the end of the tunnel with new head coach Kirby Moore. These young men have poured blood, sweat, and tears into this thing for this whole season. To have an opportunity to come out one more time as brothers and compete and wear the crimson and gray and play like they're playing tonight, I think just embodies all that is the Cougar spirit. And Coug fans I know everywhere are proud to watch these young men compete this way.
Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment, Choose Chill, proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. A big thanks, as always, to our sponsor, Coors Light. Kickoff after the touchdown, and it'll be way out of bounds. Ryan Harris not even close on that to keep it in play. So good field position coming up here for Utah State. 34-14, Washington State up, 4:06 left to go.
Free kick out of bounds. Kicking team. The ball be placed at the 35-yard line. First down, Utah State.
Alex, I got one thing for you. I'd say it's one word, but it's one number. 586. 586. The Cougs with 586 yards of total offense in this game. Their prior high, 396. That happened in the San Diego State game. And you talked about it going in, that this was going to be sort of a let-it-rip approach. And it has been let it rip here today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, incredible offensive production. I feel really, really good for Zevi Eckhouse, this offensive group. I mean, Danny Freund, the offensive coordinator, he's one of the good ones, right? And, you know, been maligned at times this year, I think unfairly so. And to be able to have that group go out on a high note like this, I think is really cool.
Well, the bowl champion platform is on the move. Here's the snap back to the backup quarterback still in the game, Jacob Conover. He will tuck, he will run, and instead of being hit by Anthony Polano, he goes down. So that bowl of French fries, Jesse Bobbit better get ready for some salt and some peanut oil or whatever they cook, the canola oil, whatever they cook their fries in.
It's a lot of fries to fill up a Gatorade tub. That's a lot of fries.
Nice job by him as well, interim head coach that he was pretty frank about it. Here it is on 3rd and 6. Conover hit as he's thrown. This one will be airmailed over to the Cougar bench. Zevi Eckhouse with the catch. How about that? And him and Jamari Colson playing in their final college game, having fun, looking back at the Cougar crowd and getting a good amount of applause after that. 3:33 left to go. A lot unknown for the players, but the coaches as well, and navigating everything. And hats off to everyone to get through the other side of that and come out here and to play the way the team has today.
Yeah, they had every reason for this to go the other way, right? And proud that wasn't the case.
On 3rd and 6 from their own 39, pass over far sideline. Miles Davis still going, jukes one Coug, and is finally ripped down into Washington State territory at the 44-yard line. 3:20 and counting left to go in this game.
Jamari Smith, the young freshman corner, took the full brunt of the senior running back Miles Davis on the sideline, trying to come up and make a tackle. Good catch and run by Davis. Picked up extra yards after contact, too.
Cougs up by 20. 3 minutes left to go. Snap back to Conover. Quick out, finds a target, and that's the tight end Cash Caillo. Don't use the tight ends a ton in this game. Just the for this Utah State team, second catch of the year for Ka'io. He gets 4.
I mean, how about this Cougar defense, Chris? You know, I think they've been put in some tough positions right this year, and even in this game, and they constantly find a way to get off the field, hold in teams.
On 3rd and 6, they keep it through the air. Anthony Garcia, son of former Cougar quarterback Aaron Garcia, hauls in the pass. He's down to the 31-yard line, tackled by Caleb Fransel.
You know, assuming whether they score or not, for the sake of the argument, right? If 14 points effectively in the real time in this game.
Here it is, 1st and 10 at the Cougar 30. Conover scrambling, going out to his right, gets past Bartheel. Credit to him as being pretty light on his feet and able to almost get a first down. Let's see where this spot is. It is Ishmael Gibbs who helps to force him out of bounds. So some guys, again, we haven't said their name a lot this year. Yeah. Fernando Laquana in on the defensive line. Ben Beatty, who had a sack earlier this season, and it will be just a yard shy of the first down marker. Ball at the 21-yard line. Cougs up by 20. You're in the 2-minute mark left in this game. Conover takes the snap, 4-man rush for the Cougs. Has a man, passes caught. It is Nico Boncori. That's his first career catch for the true freshman from Peoria, Arizona. It's a first down, tackled at the 16-yard line. So nice to say some of these names of guys. They'll get a little taste of things. And there's a penalty marker down.
Illegal formation. Offense. More than 4 players in the offensive backfield at the snap. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down. We've reached the 2-minute timeout of the half.
But you remember, when Jesse Bobbit preseason said, hey, our goal is to hold teams below 14 points or under. And everybody kind of, it's been a long time since Washington State defense has held teams to 14 points and under on that. And so everybody's kind of like, wait, really? And then obviously you have kind of the offensive explosions, the North Texas one we've talked about, Washington. That looked very far-fetched. But then, over the last, 7 games, they have hit that mark, averaging under 14 points.
Well, we see it up on the big screen here. They're showing the potatoes. The fries are in the fryer, and soon they might be on Jesse Bobbit. Timeout on the field. Don't go anywhere. 2 minutes left to play in this game. Cougs up by 20, trying to secure that first bowl victory since 2018. It's the famous Idaho Potato Bowl back in Boise after this break. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
If we know anything about Cougs fans, it's that a win isn't all you're hungry for on game day. So Northern Quest has a full lineup of restaurants and lounges ready to face any appetite. Cheer on your Cougs with craft beer and cocktails in front of Epic's 10 by 30-foot screen. Grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, or tackle a burger at Fat Burger, before it tackles you. Full menus at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Back in Boise, Cougs inching closer to a bowl victory, up 34-14 on Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, 1:54 to go. And Jess, you're by that Cougar sideline, and I know there's a lot of neat moments right now as the college career wrapping up for a number of guys, and this is the last time this group as one will be together.
Absolutely, and it's just a beautiful moment between quarterback Zebby Eckhouse and offensive lineman Christian Hilborn, who I told you got a little nicked up, not exactly sure what his injury is, but he wasn't in on their last offensive series. A hug, an actual tender kiss on the forehead to Christian from Zebby, and I think we're just that's a microcosm of the different things that we're gonna see as these players say farewell to this current team.
This is an interesting day, and one we will look back on. It is a transitional period. We had a good chunk of this third quarter the pleasure of having new head coach Kirby Moore up in the booth. His enthusiasm was infectious for what he was seeing. He has been working tirelessly to build towards the future, but this is what is now, and it's so neat to see this is all set to end on a high note this year. After the timeout, the snap, Jacob Conover looks towards the end zone. Pass caught. Is that going to be a touchdown? Waiting for a signal. No one has given it yet. It is Javen Jacobs who hauls it in. It is a touchdown. Jacobs, a threat on the ground. The running back also can be dangerous in the air. We see it there. And Utah State, who did not score a point until there was just under 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, now has 20 points. This one not officially over. But goodness, this would take a miracle. But you need an onside kick coming up here for Utah State. They have 2 timeouts, 1:48 to go. It is Tanner Rinker on for the point after attempt after the touchdown on that 26-yard pass. And here's the point after. It is good, making it 34-21.
Yeah, really nice ball by Conover, and they caught the Cougs in kind of the worst play call possible, a blitz that puts Jack Janikowski out in coverage on the running back Javen Jacobs, who we've said his name a couple times. He's a pretty explosive athlete. Got down the sideline, good toe tap right at the pylon to score the touchdown for the Aggies.
Here's a thought, not that you'd want to give that up, but say you recover the onside kick, you're going to have to run a play or two. The Cougs are at 586 yards. 600 has a pretty nice sound to it.
Sounds good. I think why not? You know what? Why not? Let's get to 600. Shades of the air raid.
Butch is hovering over that platform where Washington State is all set to bring back that famous Idaho Potato Bowl trophy back to the Cougar football complex. Going to be the first bowl win since 2018. We got our full post-game coverage coming up. Alex, you'll head down to the locker room, talk to interim head coach Jesse Bobbit. You'll probably chance maybe a player, maybe Zebby Eckhouse. We'll see. I know Jess most likely will be able to snag a player on the field afterwards, and then once we wrap up our portion of the post game, we'll hand things over to Derek Dice and Billy Newman for Coug Talk. That number 509-905-2014. Call in, leave your thoughts. 509-905-2014. Cougs up by 13, 1:48 to go. Tanner Rinker on to attempt the onside kick. And it will be a timeout taken by Jesse Bobbit. He's got multiple in his back
Washington
pocket
State
to use.
It's called their second 30-second timeout of the half.
Numbers for Zebby Eckhouse, 334 yards. Want to match that real quick with what he did last year down at Snapdragon Stadium in the Holiday Bowl. He had 363 yards passing in that game, but here he is, 26 of 44, 334 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. Also want to give a shout-out here to Maxwell Woods. In this year where there's been so much focus on the ground game, he becomes the first Cougar to break the century mark. 8 carries, 114 yards. You thought maybe it'd be Kirby Voorhees at some point. That wasn't the case. It's Maxwell Woods, the only Cougar running back this year with 100-plus yards.
How about the irony in that, Chris? On a day where you throw for a season high in yards and attempts, 44 of them, you also have a 100-yard rusher. Funny how that works.
586 yards of total offense, 254 for Utah State. Onside kick going to be attempted, and it is a fake. And now, the 6 Aggies, half of them move, actually 2 of them move over from our left to right, and now they're going to kick it to the other side. Here's the onside kick, pretty good one. It will make it the 10 yards. Ball up in the air, and it is grabbed. Great job of corralling it.
Noga?
It is Jeremiah Noga, final game of his college career. The hands team delivering, and the Cougs will take over. Now, will Utah State take their timeouts? Will Cougs going to run a play or two? Because, again, as we've said, the final outcome not in question here unless something crazy happens, like an asteroid hitting the Earth. But you have a chance to get that 600-yard mark.
Yeah. Nice. Sorry. I got nothing. I'd like to see a run here. We got Duggar in the game. Maxwell Woods. Was it 14 yards?
14 yards. The game within the game. 14 yards. Buckle up. Cougs have it at the Aggie 47, up by 13, 1:47 to go. Here's the snap. It's a handoff to Maxwell Woods. Woods going to get a gain of 4, and Bronco Mendenhall will call a timeout. As you credited with a gain of 3.
Ball coach over there, Bronco Mendenhall. There's still time on the clock, Chris. There's time on the clock. We are
Utah
not
State
dead yet.
It's called their second 30-second timeout of the half. Please reset the game clock to 1 minute and 42 seconds.
And
1-4-2.
Will be a future opponent.
Thank you.
And Bronco Mendenhall, he got the upper hand on the Cougs last year. And here we go. I think we see the bucket full of fries it's Ram Stevenson, Caleb Francel, Matthew Durant, and Zevi Eckhouse. So those seniors, they're taking a picture with
They're
it?
eating the fries. Do you think Jesse Bobbit knows that he's going to get a bucket of fries dumped on him?
I should ask him about it.
I feel like he's got, he's had a big week. There's a lot going on in his
a lot
life.
going on.
A lot going on in his life. I'm not sure he's so super aware of the end result of winning the famous Idaho Potato Bowl.
If it's the Mayo Bowl, yes. Jess, you're right next to him. Does he seem to be aware?
Jesse Bobbit is 100% not aware, but I would say that in this frigid temperature, I'd take some hot fries over some cold Gatorade.
2nd and 8 for the Cougs. Duggar looking to pass, sets his feet, jukes one Aggie defender. Had a man deep. He will be tackled from behind, and it won't be enough to get that the 14 yards looking for going into the drive. But Mendenhall will take his final timeout, stops the clock with 1:32 to go. So the Cougs will have one more opportunity. We'll get you that official tally here in just a moment. Believe it will be 10 yards Washington State will need on this play if they can get to 600. Cougs up by 13. Jesse Bobbit, again, I asked him, we mentioned this in the pregame, I said, have you ever been a head coach in your career? Just confirming his resume. If he said, hey, there was one year I coached a Pop Warner team when I was doing something else. Nope, this was his first game as a head coach, so he will exit with a nice winning percentage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you get these opportunities in this profession, you want to take advantage of every one, no matter what the situation is.
Caleb Francel, Ram Stevenson sort of stalking their prey right now. They've got that it's a Gatorade bucket, essentially, branded with one of the famous Idaho Potato sponsors, with fries. Here it is for the Cougs. 3rd and 6 from the Aggie 43. Duggar will keep it for himself running. He won't quite get the 600-yard mark, but it will be a 4th down coming up. He will not get to the first down marker at the 38. He will be 2 yards shy.
There's no reason to punt it.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
even just the risk of punting it.
And you get the first. You get the first down and game's over.
34.
You can take a knee to end the game, I should say.
You could. Yes, exactly. 34-21. 1 minute left to go. Cougs will need 6 yards to get to 600 in this game. This is a well-deserved day for a lot of people, where a lot has happened. And Washington State fans, of course, at the top of that list of how resilient the Cougs have had to be and Coug fans have had to be. And, oh, boy, we got a Coug dancing. It's Leo Pulalasi, Spuddy Buddy on the video board, and he's kind of doing the quasi kind of arm worm, if you will, whatever you'd call that.
Having fun with it.
Please reset the game clock to 47 seconds. 4-7.
But there's no one on that sideline. There's no one who is with Kirby Moore right now working on building towards the future. There's no one wearing crimson and gray in the stands, no one tuning in, listening. That they'll leave this day with a good taste in their mouth about Cougar football and how the way this season ended.
Very much so. And, again, I just think these testament to this group that's been through a lot this year. Going back to the start of it, right? 70 new players, new staff, the whole thing. Tough road or tough schedule overall for a lot of reasons, and to finish on a high note is, a lot of Coug fans that came out to support this. It is a really cool moment.
4th and 2 at the Aggie 39-yard line. And now we have another timeout. Neither team has a timeout.
Please reset the game clock to 47 seconds. 4-7, please.
Cougs will have 47 seconds.
Not 46 seconds, Chris. Not 46. Thank you.
This officiating crew, they toe the line. They toe the line. They must not have a flight to catch because they're not messing around. Out of the pistol, 6 more yards to get to 600. Cougs will win this game. Play
Oh,
action.
touchdown.
Duggar looks deep, has Lecter, makes the catch. 600 yards. Can he get into the end zone? He can't. Tackled down at the 9-yard line, but the Cougs put up over 600 yards in this bowl victory over Utah State. All that stands between Washington State and win number 7. Now, the first bowl victory since 2018 is one knee, or let's see, are the Cougs going for it? All right, here we go. 30 seconds left to go. It is 1st and goal. Back to the ground. Washington State to Pulalasi, tackled at the 5. And the Cougs will have to really get up on the ball if they wanted to run one more.
No, I think that's it. I think that was the one shot at it.
And that will do it. A lot of hugs down on the sideline. Jesse Bobbit is going to get doused with a bucket full of French fries. And he's sticking them in his mouth. How about that? He throws a handful up in the air.
We've reached the end of the game.
Cougs win the famous Idaho Potato Bowl 34-21, topping Utah State. And this unique 2025 season wraps up with Washington State, a 7-6 record. This is one season that will go down as quite a unique one when we look back on the history of Cougar football.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you think about, obviously, take this back 12 months, right, to where we were at, calling the game for the Holiday Bowl and all that changed there. Jake Dickert and part of his staff was gone. Nick Edwards calling plays. Pete Callaghan is the interim head coach for the bowl game. Kind of knew what that was, but a lot of uncertainty, right? And then Jimmy Rogers comes in, and there was just so much in this offseason. You didn't know how this was going to play out. And I thought this team, by all rights, came out and played really good football throughout the year. They had a couple breaks not go their way, right? And I think battled a lot of things, both on field and off, and to finish with a big win, first bowl win, like you said, since 2018 on a national stage. Get to 7 wins in what's been a tumultuous few weeks, and bright sunny days ahead for Washington State football.
34-21. Washington State with the victory. A lot for Kirby Moore to like as he was here, members of his staff here checking this out, and the Cougs get the victory here in the bowl game. Well, I know Jess on the field. Maybe we'll check in with Jess. Jess, I know you're maybe trying to grab someone. You have that soon, or we think we take a commercial break here real quick?
I'm ready.
Okay, Jess, you got to take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with Mackenzie Aline, who had his first career touchdown here with the Cougs. Tell me what it was like just, seeing that end zone in a bowl game like this.
We practiced it all week. I ran it all week. And I'm just glad that Zebby finally gave me an opportunity to just prove myself, and it's nothing but a blessing. I prayed so hard before this game. It's just lucky that God just came out and blessed me.
Well, I think you put the work in, too, for that. And there he is, your quarterback, Zebby Eckhouse. Very excited for you. But, this is the last game that this team will be together as this unit, as it exists right now. What does it mean to have this one more game and one more month with your teammates?
It means so much. We put in so much work during the summer, and it's just like, all that work, it just brings us all together, and being able to spend time with these guys is like the best thing in the world. So I could be nothing but grateful to be with these guys one more game.
That's awesome. Coach Freund felt a little unleashed, as he said on the sidelines. Let it rip this game. Yeah. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, he said earlier at practice that he was going to be bringing back the air raid, and man, he brought it, man. I'm happy.
Well, that's awesome. Congratulations. I'll let you go celebrate with your team. Good luck and best offseason.
Thank you.
All right, go Cougs, guys. There you go. Mackenzie Aline, who is just as pumped as he sounds right now.
All right, Jess, now you got to tell everyone the backstory behind that interview.
Okay. Well, you want to talk about enthusiasm. That is Mac, as he introduced himself after he scored his first career touchdown. I'm standing by the sidelines like I do, trying to get a glimpse, like listen in to what people are saying and everything. And he sees me with a microphone and just turns around and comes over to me like, yeah, okay, I can do the interview right now. Like, I can't do that, man. I'm sorry. You got a game to play. You're awesome. And then, but luckily he had such a career game that it made perfect sense to get him after the game. What a spirited young kid. So privileged to get to meet him so young in his career here.
That's wide receiver DNA. That is, they never met a microphone that they don't like.
Sure.
Cougs get the win 34-21. Our post-game coverage will begin after this break. Washington State captures the 2025 Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Again, on our post-game coverage, we'll have a full recap of this one, dive into the numbers. Alex will head down to the locker room. He'll grab Jesse Bobbit, interim coach for the Cougs, maybe Zevi Eckhouse, whoever else you might be able to snag. And then we'll turn things over to Coug Talk. That number, call, leave a message. You can leave it now. A voicemail to be played back. Derek Dice and Billy Newman will react to it. This game, this season, the future of Cougar football, 509-905-2014. The number, once again, 509-905-2014. Cougs win the Potato Bowl. We'll be back after this time out in Boise. You're listening to Washington State Football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town.